Oh, there we go. Why did that not work? Captions aren't. Oh. I did some updating today, and a few things are balked. That's okay. Captioning enabled. Caption source. Mic aux. Save. Is that... Hey! Awesome. Okay. So that's working, and now I need to fix the fact that the button didn't unmute my mic. Alright. I hope you're all doing super duper well today. Let's get cracking on that while I'm loading up some stuff. This one. Ah, I see. No, but it does say... Oh, but what is it unmuting? Ah. Alright, so let's delete that, and... Well, that loads. This one. Audio mixer. Mute, but it won't say what to unmute. I think it's all just a little bit balked at the moment. That's fine. Alright. Look, what can I do? Not a whole lot right now. That's fine. It's patch day. Pre-patch day. Everything's broken. It's great. Totally wonderful and fantastic. Okay, what else do I not need? Oh, I see. Okay. So, there are some things like this little ghoul attached to my tooltip. That's all the things being broken and out of date, so that's fun. I have, far out, okay. So that's nice, but I've got a bunch of add-ons turned off. I've got a bunch of add-ons that have updated but are not up to date, if that makes sense. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Tony, thank you so much for the... for your Prime Gaming sub. 13 months. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Well done, Zamon first. Sheba with second. Hello, Josh. There we go, indeed. Third for Desir. Hey, Chatty, how you doing? Welcome back. Last for Josh. It is Fear Dupe. Hello. Oh, I went too far. Hello. So, here's the thing. Macros still work. GSE macros still work. They're not as efficient as they were. But they still very much work. It's just that if it's referencing a spell that doesn't exist or like that has been removed, which I don't think there are too many abilities that have been like flat out removed. But if there's an ability, Chatty, thank you so much for the sub with your Prime, much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. If your GSE macro references a spell that no longer exists, then it just won't do that ability, obviously, because it doesn't exist. And if it references an ability that does exist, but that you haven't taken the talent for, if it's now become a talent ability, then it also just won't do that button. So that's, yeah, everything else, it still works. It still cycles through abilities and stuff like that. So there is zero issue there. I don't have a new UI set up. I have higher priorities at the moment. So I am just going to continue to use LVUI until I have some time to sit down and really make it work for me, which may be approximately 2.7 years from now. But no, I will get there. I'm just prioritizing at the moment. Go. Can be fair, but how can we be sure? Look, I'll bugger up in some way eventually, Zam. Maybe the technical issues gave it away that it's me. I don't know. But in foam, well done. Good morning, Django. Welcome back. Crafting a clone 3D cheaper. I can say that. Shadow Priest love. Yes, this is 59. Level 59. This one's gonna be 60 today. This one's gonna be 60 today. We're gonna have our 18th 60. Good morning, Neri. Welcome back. It has blessed us with 8 action bars. So it is more than the 5 that were on beta. Oh, granted, I haven't been on the beta in a long time, just because, you know, spoilers and stuff. They must have added it at some point, and I just wasn't there to see it. That's awesome. Today, I am doing well. Had my first day back in the office yesterday. It was my first time being in the office for like a month. It was full on. I was very tired. I was like falling asleep at my desk. I got everything done, and it took me a little bit longer because I just wasn't feeling super confident in myself, and so I was triple checking everything. But I did well. Everything was fine. Got everything done. Got a little bit extra, like some catch up stuff done. It was good. And then had a dentist appointment today. I was supposed to have my new tooth put in today. My implant, like last step, final step, attach new tooth to implant. And they did. And then we looked at it and it's wrong. So, I mean, it's not wrong. It fits between my teeth perfectly. The bite is perfect. So where it matches up with my other teeth was all completely perfect. The problem was at the side, because it's been like a year. It's been a full year since my first surgery now. Because I had that first surgery after when I was hoping 2021 PAX would be. So it was like the 20th of October that I had that first surgery. So because it's been a year, the gum has kind of fallen down a little. It's like receded just a little bit. And so when you had the tooth on there and the gum line, there was a gap and you could see the metal post of the implant just a little bit. Which is just, it's cosmetic. It would have caused me no issues. Like maybe some food and stuff might have gotten stuck in there, but not very often. But I've paid several $1,000s for this thing. I want it perfect. And the dentist agreed. She said, yep, I agree wholeheartedly. Let's send it back. Let's take some photos. We'll send it back and get them to extend the bottom of the tooth just a bit so that there is no gap there anymore. So they're going to send that away. And next Wednesday, I should be able to go in again and have it fitted again. And then once that's done, I believe they're going to be sizing me up for my trays, my Invisalign trays, because they couldn't size me up today because adjusting that tooth is going to change the fit of the trays. So can't do that, but that's okay. So yeah, it's I'm just like, I feel like I've been a little bit productive, but not like a ton. I'm used to seeing fear in daylight. Feels wrong. Oh no. Yeah, dear, on the character cap. Yep, character cap is 60, which is really odd because there has been no acknowledgement of it. 0. I still kind of feel like it's been done accidentally and now they can't wind it back. Like, not that I'm unhappy about it. To be very, very clear, we've had this discussion a lot. A lot of people have been asking, do you think they'll increase the character cap? And my firm belief was no, because they never have before. It's been nearly 20 years and they've never increased it. Clearly, they've gone and done that. That's not a bad thing. I'm not unhappy about this. it's just really weird that there's been no fanfare, not even a one-liner. It's not in the patch notes. In the actual official patch notes, it's not even mentioned offhandedly. So it just feels off. Something feels wrong. Something feels wrong. But that's okay. It's okay. We've got them. I've made my tunes. I've got 58 characters. No, yes, I've got 58 characters on my account at the moment. Yeah. I'm keeping those last 2 slots open for evokers, as most of you will be aware. But yeah, no, that's it. I created 2 more paladins so that I can get the last 2 class mounts that I need. I was missing the Tauren paladin and a Dark Iron Dwarf paladin, so I have one of each of those now so that I can get their class mounts and cross them off the list. And then I picked, because obviously I'm not going to be able to have like 5 of everything. I went through and chose stuff based on their gear type. So like plate, leather, mail, cloth. And it's not even, it's well off even. But it's, I just kind of like, I kind of went, okay, what do I have the lowest of? Oh, cloth, let's make a warlock. That, do you know what I mean? And then sort of went that way. So I figured out what was my lowest gear type, armor type, and then out of those ones, which of those is lowest, and then make one of the kind of, yeah. So it's all looking a little bit uneven and odd now, but that's okay. I'm all right with the way that it's, because it means that it's just going to be extra opportunities to get those pieces of transmog and stuff. So I think it'll work quite well. It'll work quite well. Increased, it did. I'm so glad I stayed up a little bit last night to finish my last orc. Otherwise I have to do a priest today. Oh, well done, Meaty. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, and that's okay. Like, it's not going to cost me anything to have it revised. So, yeah, I just sent it back, and they'll use the photos and the molds they already had to add a bit more porcelain to the tooth, and then next Wednesday I'll have it installed. Very exciting. I'll have an actual tooth. Yeah, didn't it just, Josh? What the hell? What the hell? I can't believe it. Hey, Loz. How are you going? Hope you're doing well today. I also, by the way, if anyone else here uses GSE and gets as frustrated as I do, and you're like mashing, 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 and then it targets that yellow off in the distance, and you go, bugger! There's an option in GSE for it to not do that. There's an option I discovered today because I was having some errors and I was trying to figure out how to fix them, and I figured out how to fix them, but there's actually an option in the settings to only activate the spells if you have a target. So it won't automatically target the next thing. Just FYI. It's fantastic. Wonderful to hear it, Sheebs. Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you. It was really, really basic makeup today because I've had a pretty busy day, and I didn't quite have time or the spoons to sit down and do a full mount makeup thing. But this is one of the, this is a Super Shock Shadow from Colourpop that I got from my latest mystery box. It's called Secret Garden, and it's kind of, it's copper, but it almost has some flecks of like pink in it. So it's, yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And the, I've got a lip liner called Ava from Mellow Cosmetics, with like a gold shimmery lip gloss over the top, which I think is from Bare Minerals. I don't think they make them anymore. And it's kind of sticky, but that's okay. I'm using it up. It's more than halfway gone, so I'm going for it. Is Fear a paladin? Look, I have 6 of them now. I have more paladins than I have mages. I have more hunters than I have mages as well. Because I needed the mail wearers, because there aren't many of them. There are so many leather wearers, good lord. Evokers are wearing mail, right? I remember that correctly. Paladin's your favorite? No. I main a mage. The reason I have so many pallies is to cover off the class mounts. Because each of them has their own class mount that actually counts as a mount for your mount counts. Yeah, I know, it's trippy. So that way, by having 2 more paladins, a Tauren and a Dark Iron Dwarf, it means that I have one of each now. So I can get all of the paladin mounts. Of course, once they do get to the point where every race can be every class, there will be more, but that's going to be a fair ways off, I reckon. So I'm in no rush. That's like full-time. That's full-time fear stuff anyway. I said I'm not getting a second account until full-time fear, so full-time fear and the ability to afford a second account. Focus a leather. No, I was gonna. No, they're not. Why the fuck? Why the actual fuck would they make another leather wearer? Good God, no. I knew they weren't leather. I was just double checking that they were male. No, hell no. Nope. No. Paladins are useful, but they're not my favorite. The male, yeah. I thought so, because I mean, all the, like, the clothes and stuff that you can choose in the character customization, they're all like literal chainmail and stuff. It's really cool. The customization options are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Still using LVUI. Do you like the new Blizzard UI? I do. What I played around with on the beta, I very much like. Do I have time to set it up the way I want to? God, no. Absolutely not. So yes, this is still LVUI. When I have time to sit down and actually spend some time setting up my UI, then I'm hoping that I will switch to the default UI. But I don't have time. I have higher priorities at the moment. It was, yeah. Not happening. Not just yet. It will eventually, just not super yet. This one. My grove. Yeah, Zygor's having a bit of trouble with Until next time. Zygor's having a little bit of trouble with auto-accepting quests when there's other options there, like it can't figure out which one to choose. When there's just one, it's fine. But if it's got one other, like one quest and a dialogue option, or it's got 2 quests to hand in or pick up, it's having a bit of difficulty with that. But that's okay, it's literally launch day. So that's fine. My building stream go? Nah. No. I did think about that, and no, it's not. It's something that I don't want input on. I don't care. I'm building a UI that suits my needs, not everyone else's in chats. And it's something that I want to be able to actually focus on and tweak and look at and tweak and look at without having to constantly concentrate on chat as well. It's just, it's not an enjoyable experience for me or for most viewers. Some viewers, yeah, they'll love watching that. Don't really care. Sometimes you got to make choices for the good of the business and the good of the own self-brain. And so yeah, I will not be streaming that. It'll be a thing I do myself when I have some time. I'm looking forward to fiddling around with stuff and getting it all to work for me. Be nice. I am a little bit afraid of... What's that? I am curious to see what will be missing, what I'll still want to use LVUI for. But we'll see. I'm kind of assuming that there's a bunch of stuff that I use LVUI for quite regularly that the default UI just hasn't done. But of course, I won't know that until I start playing with it. It's okay. Can't seem to get completely wiped. You give me starting. I wasn't. I've logged into a couple of characters now and none of them have a starting build. This one I've imported. I actually went in, you can see there's Wowhead 261022 because I imported it today and I wanted to like have some kind of keep track of it, but I had nothing. I think maybe I had the first one selected, but that's not a starting build, that's just, you have to take this one anyway, fuck you. So, yeah. That's a few minutes with the new bags, a few more trying bag on, then went back to Addy bags. Totally fair. Yeah, that's just the thing. Like, the default UI is it's far, far, far more customizable, and that's fantastic. But it's still not going to cover everybody's needs, and that's okay. That's what add-ons are there for. Add-ons are there to make little tweaks and stuff. Just signed with a full build on 57. Interesting. Yeah, I logged into Priest and I logged onto a Shaman. Neither of them had builds. Maybe it's specific classes. I'm curious if it wouldn't, I know it can't carry things over from PTR and stuff. I'm wondering like if somebody created one for funsies on a PTR, if it pulled it over, but I don't think it can do that. Shaman, right, yeah, mine didn't have a starting build on Shaman at all. That might be an add-on that's doing it for you then. Yeah, no, neither of mine had them. I wonder if it's also... to do with when you logged in, because I can only imagine how many hotfixes have already been applied today. Maybe if you logged in before or after a certain time, that setting changed. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, neither of mine did. That's really odd. Curious. Oh well. I do. Okay. It's the cool tooltip. That's not a Blizzard thing. That's an add-on. That's all the things. Can't hotfix, like, Blizzard can't hotfix something that isn't their code. It's all the things. If it's annoying you, you can turn that off until ATT puts out an update. Or you can, like, ignore it. Your call. I mean, you can chew on the other side. If you're careful, like, you know, an adult can be careful with that shit. Yeah, pretzel sticks. You crunch on them once and they're no longer crunchy, and you can aim the crunch specifically where it's not healing. Really fair enough. See, I just copy and pasted them from Wowhead. No worries. Remember that we have import and export buttons now. So you can literally go to Wowhead. They've got a whole thing, like if you hover over, like on the literal front page, there's talent trees. If you hover over it, it has every single spec. You click it. find the top one and you click the export button, and then you click down here and you click import and you paste, and then you do it and it does all your talents. Like, there is no need to be any kind of concerned because it is so fucking easy. Like, ridiculously, like, spoon-fed easy. Don't even have to think. I mean, if you are extra careful, you can also, like, it's fine, but you're cool. Like, if food going anywhere near the wound was going to cause issues, then they would have you not eat until it was fixed. Like, they put a gastro tube in until, because, like, no matter what you eat, food is going to get in that wound. It's your mouth. It's how it works. As long as you're careful and you know, do your saltwater rinses and all that kind of stuff. And keeping playing, hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's just, it's like no kind of going 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 1 1 2, none of that bullshit anymore. It's just you hit the import button. It's really funky. So you hit import and you give it a name, like you paste it in and you give it a name, and then when you hit import it casts the changing talents thing, and then once it finishes the cast it's all done and locked in. Like, it's really super simple. Let's talk of eating. Food is delicious. Food is wonderful. Food gives us life, sustenance. All the happy things. Giving halloumi? You can get halloumi. Well, you're an adult, so you probably shouldn't be here. You can go get yourself some halloumi. Hey, Ophel, welcome back. Eat some hard-boiled eggs. I'm gonna turn to egg salad tomorrow. Just eat it straight up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Singapore Subway has egg salad subs. The one thing I really love, like, I mean, you know, people go, oh my god, you fucking go to Singapore and you get Subway or McDonald's or what, like, fuck off. Firstly, regional differences exist, and I had a yuzu and cream cheese pie from McDonald's. Fuck off. Like, excuse me, right? Regional differences exist and are amazing and tasty. But Subway had, like, katsu Japanese curry sub, like, with either katsu chicken or beef as, like, your option to, like, put the, yeah. And then they also had, like, an egg salad, but the egg salad thing wasn't being advertised, which makes me think it's a default option. Not, like, because the Japanese curry ones were, like, on those banners and all that kind of stuff. That makes me think it's a promotional, what's it? Kind of like Burger King, or Hungry Jack's if you're in Australia, but in Singapore it's called Burger King like it is in America. They had, like, Korean chicken burgers, and Korean chicken nuggets, like they're just the same nuggets but a different coating on them, and I think a different dipping sauce. And then Macca's has, like, spicy chicken, like a bucket of chicken like KFC, except obviously slightly different coating. And curry sauce for dipping your nugs, which, can I just say, fucking delicious. And of course yuzu cream cheese pie. They have proper iced tea as a drink option rather than the bloody Lipton bullshit, like proper actual iced tea. When I say Lipton bullshit, I know that the proper iced tea that they serve over there is usually Lipton, like proper loose leaf black tea from Lipton that they steep and then add the sugar and lemon to. But I'm talking like the bottles of iced tea you get here, which are like 0.2% tea essence. It's not actually tea, it's just flavored water. But yeah, no, it's like, egg salad, like you know how they have like the crab salad or like the tuna when you do like a tuna sub and they do like an ice cream scoop and and then another one for for a foot long, and then they kind of mash it all out so it's even with the back of the, like that, but with egg salad, like egg, chopped up egg and mayo and some herby bits. Like, I didn't try it, but like, my lord, we didn't have Subway while we were over there, but I kept seeing it, and I'm like, I kind of, hang on a second. Yeah, it was pretty awesome to see. I used to have egg salad subs here from oh no way, we've never had that in Australia. I think it's just too hot here. I think it is just not, like, keeping cooked tuna, you can keep that at a slightly higher temperature, but keeping egg, it has to be like ice goddamn cold. And I just don't, I'm not sure it's quite possible for them, you know what I mean? Even in an aircon store and all that kind of stuff, it's just not, no bueno. Sounds like my go-to was $5 foot limit. Ah, nice. You edit mode, it still needs work. I don't think it does. They've had that around for months and stuff, and they've made a buttload of changes to it. If you think it still needs work, might I suggest you go and post them on the forums? Like, if there is, like, you need to give them specific examples of what you don't like or what's not working. But I highly recommend going and giving them feedback, because they've been amazingly open to feedback, especially regarding the UI customization. I remember way back at the beginning of the alpha, and we were playing around with it, and then I went and read up on it because I'm like, this doesn't quite feel right, and other people had expressed the same thing, and then the very next build it was fixed, kind of thing. Like, they were doing really well with it. But yes, yeah, I know. That's what this little button here is for. Obviously, I'm in combat, so it's not gonna do shit, but yeah, they do have one there. I just, look. I've never really trusted Zygor's talent options, ever. I've never used them. I mean, obviously I was using GSE and stuff like that, but the Zygor options were always slightly out of whack with Wowhead suggestions. Even Wowhead suggestions for leveling builds, Zygor was still out of whack with those, and I tended to trust Wowhead on those things more than I trusted Zygor. So I've never really used them. And I don't, whoopsie. I think I'll probably continue to not use them. But for those who are willing to have a play around with things, and who knows, maybe they are getting better. It just kind of, for me, the talent options and stuff felt like at the beginning of the expansion, someone plugged in the options and then they just didn't get touched for the rest of the X-Pack, which of course, as we all know, that's not quite how it needs to roll. But yeah, look, fingers crossed it works for someone. Well, indeed it is, Boot, indeed it is. I'm doing quite well. I hope you can say the same. You like the new talent trees? Yeah. I've always used cookie cutter builds, even back when we had the complicated trees before we got the simplified, you know what I mean? Like, I've always just used cookie cutters, so it doesn't really bother me too much. Yeah. I'm ambivalent. I'm glad that it's there for people who want them. For people who are overwhelmed by them, you can very easily just import a cookie cutter build with a string, like really, really easily. There is an import button and then you paste and then hit go and it just does it, which is amazing. I really like that functionality. But yeah, I think most people seem to be happy. So that's a good sign. It's a good sign. Cookie cutter, yeah, so we used cookie cutter to reference so back when we had the original trees, right, and they looked quite, not as, usually it was like the 3 columns and it would kind of go down, but of course we also had not as many talent points to spend, all that kind of stuff too, but cookie cutter was used in reference to like the stock standard build. Like, if you want to do the most DPS, these are the talents you need to take. Because if you move this point here, you will lose 0.3 DPS. So it was like the optimum build was referred to as cookie cutter. Because, you know, you get a cookie cutter and you stamp, and you get a bunch of cookies that all look the same. So you'd end up with a bunch of mages that all look the same, or warriors that all look the same, or etc, etc. So yeah, cookie cutter. That's like old lingo. But yeah, if you go onto the Wowhead homepage and don't read any of the articles, and then if you mouse over talent trees, it comes up with best talent builds, and it has literally every spec that's currently in the game. And you click on that, and it will give you like the best build for PvP. Sorry, the best build for raiding and the best build for Mythic Plus, and those are your 2 cookie cutter builds for that spec. Obviously, there's a bit of flexibility now with like the newer trees where like there are quite a few sort of utility choices. So like you can take the interrupt, but if 17 out of 20 people in your raid team already have an interrupt, maybe you can put that point into different utility and like crowd control or something. So there's that kind of fun flexibility where we didn't really have that back in the day. It just wasn't like, it was just this is what you do for best damage. So there's a little more flexibility these days, but you can still start with that cookie cutter build and then make changes according to what your specific group needs. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Many talent trees think much smarter people post builds online. But I mean, like, I think the only part that really is overwhelming about it is that there's just so many little pieces. But you can still kind of go like, yeah, that sounds like fun, click. Which one of these do I like better? That sounds like more fun, click. Like you can go through and do it like that, and you're going to end up with a functional character unless you seriously screw it up, but I don't think it's really possible to do that. I think the way they've structured it, where you have to put X points in the top and then X points and then to be able to unlock the next tiers, I think they've prevented too many of those colossal fuck-ups, which is good. You can't shoot straight for the bottom, you've got to actually take some proper stuff. But yeah, import and export was one of the best ideas they've had in regards to that, because they know how, like, they pay attention to the community, they know how we play, they know that this is how we roll. Right. It is what's been... Okay, never mind. We're good. I was looking for Shadow Mend, and I'm like, huh. But yeah, they know how their players play the game, and having that export-import is just... It simplifies something that doesn't need to be complicated. The only reason they might want it to be complicated is to prevent people from doing that, prevent people from copying each other's builds, but they're never going to be able to... They're never going to be able to stop that. And so they just went, fuck it. All in! And I like that. It makes me happy. Am I, like... Oh, no, okay. I'm not zoomed out any further. It's just that my arrow is smaller than it usually is. That's okay. I was a bit confused. Oh, yeah, battle. Otherwise having a display issue with the, oh, the inscription icon, the profession icons have changed. Sorry, just noticing things. LVY is having a bit of an issue with displaying, like, quest log XP, on the experience bar. The info is there, and if you go in and, like, tick and untick it, it corrects the visual, but then as soon as it changes, it screws up the visual again, so I just stopped bothering. But it's not... It's a little annoying. At some point, for sure. Yeah, I honestly... I don't... Nah. I am perfectly fine just copying and pasting. I am far from a good player. So... It's like my, like, hobbies, crafty, making things type of stuff. Great with a pattern. Absolutely trash at building something from scratch. Give me a talent build and I can use it very effectively. But ask me to build one from the beginning and you're asking for trouble. I don't think... Questlog XP 31.07%. Really though? Like...
What can I do for you?
I guess so! Perfection! That is the end of Ardenweald. Perfection. Hell yes. Oh, I'm so happy with that. Oh, I love it when it does. It's just, ooh, warm and fuzzy. Warm and fuzzy. That's it. That's it. What are we at? 18, 60s. Awesome. I'm actually in a rested area, so I'm just gonna log right on out and jump to the next one. Oh, so my progress. I love the new music, can I also just say? And the if you haven't seen it, just in case you haven't seen it, where's my back button? That is just gorgeous. Love that. Love that for us. Good. So I had my 2 that I was deleting and turning into evokers. I had them flagged as 58s. But now I've had to put them back to 51s. So I'm thinking I might actually change. I'll take them off the list because we're saying 50s, right? Sorry, 50 60s. So if I put them to 58 and then I sort it that way and I do that, there we go. That puts my progress back where it should be. 56.67. So it's now the 20, oh god, it's the 26th. So we're 3 days behind. All right, because then that should, I highlight all of those. Yeah, that puts me to 50. So if I ignore my 51s and I've got 3 10s and 5 1s, that's my extra 10 tunes that are new. No 60s? No, no. I made a comment in Discord that I don't have time to do that. I'm gonna aim for my 50, and if I get 51, 52, whatever, that's fantastic. But I have higher priorities than that. My goal was 50 60s, and that's what I'm gonna get. If I get better than that, great, but it's not my focus. All right, Helena. This is my final 57. So exciting. So exciting. It is very, very pretty. Fishing is now a fish! Amazing! Amazing! Finding, starting a new character, leveling is the best way to get to know the trees. Interesting. There you go, Amelia. Well, I did have 10 new character slots. I don't anymore. I don't anymore. Well, I've got 2, but they're for evokers. I'm at 27, no way do I have time to even get 50/50s. I'm at 18 now. However, I have 1 at 57. I have 16 at 58 plus the 2 evokers that will start at 58. And then I've got 13 at 59, and most of them are like 59 and a half. So once I get to them, it'll be super, super quick. Yes, I know all the things is broken. Thank you. And this one's really close to 58 as well. I don't think I'll finish Ardenweald on this tune. And then I'm not going to finish Ardenweald on any of the other ones because they're they're well and truly ahead. Okay, well, look, I have some that still, most of them are actually done with Ardenweald. They're going to be into Revendreth, but they ain't going to be there for long. They ain't going to be there for long, let me tell you. My goal was 27th of November. 100%. 50, 60s. My last goal, my 50/50s, I got there 2 weeks early. I was ahead by a good couple of weeks before PAX, and then obviously everything happened, and now I'm three days behind. I'm hoping today we can do some catch up.
Greetings. All things in balance.
I do love the artwork and all the little animations and stuff that go along with the talent trees and the talent window in general. Makes me really happy. Considering the last couple weeks, 3 days behind is pretty good. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Wait, what the fuck is that? Okay, it was whatever that was. I'm like, I am not on a mage. Why have I got hot streak? I was very confused. It's fine. We'll learn what that is in a moment when it triggers again. Oh, there we go. Lava Lash. There we go. It's Flame Shock. Where's Lava Lash? Is that in my thing? Lava Lash. Yeah, I might as well, but it's probably gonna glow and go flashy when I can hit it.
Tell me of your world.
It's probably in my... Yeah, it does. And it's in the macro anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Need that. Ah, oh, good. Spent talent points, eh? Oh, I actually do. Annoying that it doesn't, like, it doesn't import the whole build and keep going. That's fine. Yeah, that's what happens. It's super easy. super easy. I really want to play ATT being broken. Make me sad. Oh, Nia. I feel you. I feel you. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing really well. I've got a bunch of characters to level, and so ATT being broken is kind of okay for me because ATT doesn't really help with leveling so much. But I feel you. I feel you. You could always work on stuff that, like, you don't need ATT to track, like mounts or pets or not toys. Toys are shit with the API. Like through something like Data for Azeroth. I know ATT and DFA kind of refer to each other, like DFA as a website and then ATT being the add-on kind of thing. And they do recommend that, like, you use both of them in tandem. So maybe that might help. Animated now, it's really dope. Aw, nice. Here's new to my character, so it's make 10 worlds, level them to learn the talents again! I mean, you can't learn all of them though, that's the thing. And remember to leave your evoker slot free. Hello Paladin, I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. Welcome back. Still kind of tired, but like, you know. That's me. I'm always tired. Oh wait, I dinged, I didn't update the spreadsheet. I have no more 57s. How exciting is that? 86.90% completed. So that puts us at 2 days behind. 2 days behind. I'm gonna catch up today. May not get very far ahead, but we're absolutely gonna catch up. We'll catch up damn straight. Damn straight. Barring an act of God or a server shutdown. Way to move XP, which makes me sad. Oh, I thought everything was movable. Is it not maybe locked or something? You gotta unlock it manually or something like that. The eyes are functional, but the brain is not. Of course, next step would be to Google. Or search the forums. If you can't see anything on the forums, making a post yourself is highly recommended.
What is your quarry for Queen and Grove? Speak plainly.
Oh, hello, Yori. Every time I see the fire come up, I want to hit 2. Make a fire blast happen. But I can't because I'm on a shaman. Trips me out. Okay, for leveling indeed. Any excites? Gotta catch up again. Who's behind? 2 currently. We were 3, but I've had 2 dings today so far. Got the priest to 60, and then this tune was like this much off 58, so she's 58 now. No more 57s left. Very exciting. It's not bad. No, I agree. Not bad at all. Pretty good for what the last month has been. Just need to knuckle down and push ahead again. 27th of November is the scheduled due date. Last round we beat it by 2 weeks, exactly 2 weeks. 50s was yep. So I'm still aiming for 50 60s despite the new character cap. 50 60s, and hopefully we can get that done early. And if that can get done early, then I can start working on those last couple of extra bonus tunes. But bonus tunes, I don't think I'll leapfrog them. I think with bonus tunes, I'll like do one, and then another one, and then another one. Just to try to maximize the number of 60s I'm gonna have for Lovers in the Air. Let me give it again. Having 10 spaces can't hurt either. Yeah, look, I don't have 10 spaces anymore. I have 2. 1 for each evoker. Hello, sweet. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Yep, doing pretty well, thanks. Doing some leveling. Working on my army of alts. Definitely getting there. What on earth am I in combat with? There we go.
Where do we strike? Watch the shadows.
Look really nice. Fantastic. Glad you're enjoying yourself. It's a fantastic dose of nostalgia, methinks. Turn in here, I think. Ah, right, yeah, this little area.
What shall I craft next?
Oh, that's lovely. Congratulations. That's one hell of an effort. Well done. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Okay.
The wield welcomes you.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's funny. Oh, a stretch redemption. Giving Wrath a shot. Wonderful news. Well, I hope you have an absolute blast. Did. Which means none of those counted. Oh no, wait, they did. Thank goodness.
How can I help?
Ugh. I hate doing that sometimes. Alright. Off to the next spot. The hills, yeah, absolutely. Music is such a strong, like, memory evoker, isn't it? It's awesome. I keep getting new updates using various hotfixes on their way. Oh, for sure. For sure. Understandably so. Moving it from a test environment to a live environment. Things happen. Shit pops up. It just... It is what it is. At least we know they're on it, right? They're actively doing stuff, actively fixing issues. Even if some of them take a little while longer than others to fix. If you encounter an issue, send a report in-game, because it sends a snapshot of your data along with your issue. So they can dig through and maybe find out what's causing it. The more people who report it with the data, the better. Because the greater number of samples they have, the easier it'll be for them to pinpoint what exactly is causing the oopsie. Out over two just release. Let's keep on top of issues. Not even like two though. Like it's a there are so many, like their whole release schedule is so detailed and like broken up into chunks and stuff. It's really interesting how they're doing it this time around. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so like from Blizzard in terms of pre-patches. Quite so detailed.
We will hunt the hunter.
Dragonflight's not live. It is the pre-patch here, cast. The pre-patch, the first stage of the pre-patch for Dragonflight. So we have the new talents, we have the new load screen, like the login screen and stuff, but we don't have access to the Dragon Isles and the new content and stuff like that just yet. It's hardly starting over again. Sell punny Tauren names in trade chat. The release schedule so far is using talents for the pre-patch even takes place. Yeah. This is a big, like, Dragonflight is bringing with it a lot of really, really big changes. I also am happy that it's sort of tiered like that. Because dumping everything on us all at once I think would be just a touch too much. Plus, it gives us Windy Wisdom for just a little bit longer. Ooh, battle. It's not gonna work. Bugger. In this one. Not getting many units. Time I took off. Hello Jazz! Welcome home. Pre-patch is okay. There's a lot of broken stuff, like add-ons specifically, which understandable. But for the most part, yeah, just fine. Hope work was well. Hope work went well, I should say. Oh dear. lose. We need more units. We need it to, like, scale us down more. Like, good lord. Indeed. Oh, it's because we had such big armies and then all that time off and now, like, little itty-bitty armies. It's a problem. It's okay. Just need more units. Just a couple more of the stuff. Go into the cave. Hey! Alright, into the cave. Let's go. We have quests to take us all the way through to 59.
We serve the queen. Ward the realm. Okay. I trust your hunt goes well.
And we have. No? Don't Hearth? Okay. Just a talent tree for my warrior. Yeah, so that's the new talents that are being introduced with Dragonflight, but Wowhead has like builds that you can just grab a code and stick it in and import it, and it just does it automatically. So if you're not wanting to sit down and create your own build, you can just import somebody else's. It's very, very, very easy. Like literally spoon-fed. That's what I'm doing for mine, because I don't know how to play. We're really close to 59. 14.28% off. I get to update my spreadsheet again. So exciting. You guys are getting so close, my lord.
Stress where they least expect it. Always in stock. Thank you for your patronage.
Once we get to Revendreth, I think I'm gonna go by Altaholic and just have a look at who's like the lowest tunes. So like the last one I do will have to like 7 minutes of play and it'll hit 60 kind of thing. That'd be awesome fun. Just ramp it up, speed it up towards the end. 'Cause I've only got a handful left to do Ardenweald on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more characters to do Ardenweald. Including this one. It was like halfway through. So close. Hello, Jack. It's going well. Hope you can say the same. Hope you're having a, or about to have a wonderful pre-patch experience. Obviously a few hiccups here and there, but that's okay. Nothing too major. Bunch of broken add-ons, to be expected. New UI looking? Wouldn't know. Not using it. I don't have time. UI is something that I spend quite a bit of time like setting up just the way I want it, and I don't have time to do that yet. So I'm still using LVUI for now, and then when I find a couple of hours, I will sit down and make myself a UI. Not yet. Hope you're doing well, Mara. It's just an entire day. I'll be fine, especially considering that I have, like, I can take screenshots and stuff and then, like, approximate it, if that makes sense. How I want it. Yeah, that's it. And I mean, obviously you'll continue, like, you'll set things up how you feel like you want it, and then you'll find different ways and you'll like, oh, no, I don't actually like that there in practice, let's move it, blah, blah, blah. And that's okay. But there's also a handful of things that LVUI provides that the new UI just won't. So I'm a little nervous to see whether or not how heavily I rely on those particular features, you know? But we'll see. We'll see how we go. Actually pretty awesome. You've spent a fair bit tweaking it on beta and PTR and stuff though, yeah? That's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm pleased to hear that. Is there anything that you found yourself missing just yet? Ding! 59, 87.14, which puts us exactly on yesterday. Exactly on yesterday's goal, so we're 1 day behind. Exciting times, 1 day behind. Oh, you're beginning to use my new one. Oh no! I haven't done plates yet. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Loading screens. Yep. Uh-huh. All of the hype. All of the hype. God, we're so close. This is just so exciting. Like, it's so close I can taste it, you know? All of the characters individually are so close, but overall we're still a fair bit away, you know? Like, 87% doesn't really sound like it's super awesome. But it's a hell of a lot closer than we were. Nameplates set how I like them without needing it on. Yay! Wonderful! Oh, that's so exciting. Because, of course, the fewer add-ons we use, the smoother the gameplay is likely to be. That's wonderful news. So this one is just use the base UI, not keen on the new one, dealing with it, but still interesting. Fair enough. I thought you were able to set up the new one to look like the old one, basically. Like, in essence. And if you haven't figured it out just yet, I'm sure there will be a bunch of guides on how to set up the new UI to look pretty much bang on. Exactly the same as the old one. There's an old layout there. Yeah, I thought there was. That's what add-ons replicate. Let's go to speak. So UI, fantastic. Yeah, I don't think I'll uninstall it for a while. Just because I know that I'll find little bits and pieces that I'm like, huh, I missed that. And so then I can just reactivate it, see how it was set up, and find something to replace it or approximate it. The old UI looked like never used it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Some people did, and that's totally okay. But I am glad that like the old layout is there as an option. Got enough XP to get about halfway through, like enough XP in the quest log to get about halfway through 59 at the moment. So that's exciting. Sort of, I have to usually increase bar size to see how once someone's character. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's the thing. Like there are all those sliders to increase that to how you want them or need them. Like, sure, it might be a little bit annoying to do it, but like at least the option's there. They could have just kind of been like, nah, new UI, enjoy. But failing that, you can export your UI layout, can't you? So that means that you can also import it. So there will be somebody on the internet somewhere who has exactly replicated the old UI, and all you'll need to do is find that code and import it, and you'll be done. Good afternoon, Draz. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well.
Need some help? Greetings, friend.
Here we go. Let's lure some gormlings. Was a bit of a mess, to be honest. Base interface and lots of stuff thrown on it. As I found a good opportunity to actually get it set up properly. Oh, for sure. Didn't actually enough space around the mini-map for all the add-on icons. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think I might do a round of candy buckets on my last 30 tunes. See how far it gets him. Sounds like a plan. So, Ghost Otter. Okay, new names for next 2 tunes. It's a pity you don't have the, name generator. It's so useful.
I would be glad to
A
assist.
clutch of gormlings has begun evolving into matriarchs. Bring them to our wranglers while there's still time.
I serve the queen. We will meet again.
Do you need something? For Ardenweald, as the queen wills it. Farewell.
Ah, close. A little bit of that darker purple left. Still need to fill the Ardenweald bar though to get the rest of it, so that's the thing.
Growth is the nature of all things.
Don't like that I'm missing a character achievement. It's my least favorite part about pre-patches is that they introduce all these new achievements that you physically cannot achieve. Frustrates me. Hello, nurse. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Sparkle. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Today. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Busy and tired, but like overall, mostly okay, I reckon.
How can I help? I serve the queen.
Actually, oh no, bugger it. I'll do it anyway. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, good. Hope you can say the same. You're doing very well today. Enjoying the pre-patch. Stage 1 anyway. Come on, give me the next one. Cheer! Is the pre-patch beheld, please? I don't know what that means, sorry, nurse. Autumn, brilliant. Yes, that's where I am currently. Azeroth. I still don't understand what you're asking, nurse. The pre-patch exists in, like, it's applied to the entire game. I'm not sure what you... Oh, do you mean, like, pre-patch event? Because the event hasn't begun yet. This is pre-patch stage 1. All we've got is, like, new talents, the new UI. You can check the patch notes for a big long list of everything, all the changes that have happened right now, but there's no, like, new quests or storyline or anything like that. I hope that's what you're after.
1,000 thanks.
Hello, Rorak. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. 15th November for Evoker and event start. Correct. Yep. That's okay. You don't have to. You don't need to have completed Shadowlands. Play how you want to play. But yeah, Blizzard have made like a blog post on everything that's here and when the next stages and stuff are happening. So if you have a look at that, it's also on the launcher. So if you have a look at that and have a read, it'll tell you everything you need to know about the next kind of month in the lead up to the launch of the new expansion. Good. How are you? Yeah, not too bad, Rorak. Not too bad. A little bit sleepy, but overall doing pretty well. Glad you're well. To hear. I didn't work out how to move the dungeon finder eye from right in the middle of the screen. No, I haven't used the UI thing, but that's an interesting little thing. Check the forums. Search the forums, and if you don't find anything on the forums, make a post about it. Because that doesn't sound right. Is it still available? Indeed, Princess. Indeed. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Not only is Shadowlands available, but it's now part of the base game. Oh, for God's sake. Let me... No. Bastard. Still dying because of the poison. You don't have to have purchased the Shadowland expansion to have access to it anymore. You just have to have an active sub. That was a mistake. Oh well. Oh well. You're very welcome. My dungeon eye is down by my bags. There you go. Interesting. I wonder if it's if it's an add-on doing something funky. Of course, if you haven't already tried, turn all of them off, not just things that might affect your UI. Turn all of your add-ons off and see if it's still in the same place. Because if it's an add-on breaking it, then, like, you're shit out of luck, basically. Oh, no. Okay, so that doesn't work currently. That's fine. No. To get out of that.
I serve the Queen. How can I help? The Queen watches over us.
I need the powder from the other building. I always forget to grab it. Honk at you too. was trying to get you to start, but the button didn't work again. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na. Okay. Congratulations to Aaron, Loza, and Zam on all of your bonus shit. Well done. Finally a win. Doesn't that feel good? Bonus shit, yes. Go follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account, and drag and drop your units to the battlefield. Ah, look! I got another level 30. Amazing. So good. Look, 14 out of 15. I only need one more to 30 to finish that big chain of quests. That feels real good. That's amazing. How many more scrolls do I need on this one? A lot. Okay, good. Perfect. In the comment section where I have post reporting the 3-hour maintenance extension quite a people complaining for literally nothing. Oh, look. It's not technically nothing. But, like, these are the same people that if they put the server up at the right time, they'd complain that shit wasn't working properly. You know, like, there are some people that you just cannot make happy. And especially when you're in business, you just learn to, yeah, whatever, you know? Like, sure, I'm never going to be able to make that person happy, and so I'm not even going to try at this point. Clearly, you know, they had an estimate that this is how long it's going to take, and then clearly some things went wrong. There were some hiccups, or things didn't quite implement the way that they thought they were going to implement, and so they had to do some fixing. Or something went completely kasplat, and they couldn't turn the servers on. You know, sometimes you just go, you know what, that's a problem, but it's fine, turn it back on, let people play, and we'll do some hot fixing. But sometimes you can't even do that. Sometimes it literally will not work. It's a game-breaking bug, you know? So yeah, I think they did the best they could. It's not like they're trying to extend a shutdown. Good lord. But yeah, I think they did the best they could. And they're continuing to fix things as they pop up. There have been so many little hot fixes. And that's okay. They are! They're the little tiny baby pumpkins! They're so cute. I love them a lot. I love them a lot. My Hallow's End illumination. They weren't up for the whole event because obviously they arrived after the event had started, but that's okay. I've got I'm pretty sure I've practically got a full set of event lighting now. Like, so we have Hallow's End. Oh, I don't think I have Pilgrim's Bounty. But I've got Snowflakes for Winter's Veil. I've got my little red lanterns for Lunar Festival. I've got the hearts for Lovers in the Air. We've got the bunnies and the carrots for Noble Garden. I don't have anything for Children's Week. Do I have anything for Midsummer. I don't think I have anything for Midsummer either. And then Brewfest, we have the mugs. And then, yeah, so I'm only missing a couple now. Like, that's pretty awesome. And I think some of those I don't actually have things on the wish list for them. Because I thought of something and I'm like, I'm not sure I like that. And so I took it down kind of, yeah, so like, just string up some kids. Look, I'm not sure that would work very well.
To the cycle.
Not sure they would illuminate quite the way I want them to. When I was looking at getting like fish, like colored fish, because Children's Week in game is based on a holiday in, I don't remember. It is an Asian country, but I don't remember which country it is, so I don't want to get it wrong. But there is like a children's holiday that's about at the right time, and one of the things that this country does to celebrate that festival is they string up fish, like not actual fish, but like fish streamers, like banners, like think like a fish-shaped kite kind of thing. And the color and shape of the fish is determined by like the child's age and gender and all this kind of stuff, which is really cool. So I think I was looking at getting a string of like colorful fish on lights for that one, but I couldn't find like a decent set that I liked. Because the last thing I'd want you guys to do is spend money on crap. That's just not cool.
A clutch of gormlings has begun evolving into
Oh?
matriarchs. Bring them
Have
to our
ice cream
wranglers
lights.
while they're still-
Ah, I like that. That's cute. I'm sure they would. It's fucking Amazon. They have everything, right? Almost everything. Ice cream lights. I like that.
Keep your guard up. For Queen and Grove. Never let them see you coming.
What shall I craft next? Is it time to go already?
Alright, so that's finished. We're not going to do anything else. We're just going to go and turn this back in, and that's us. That's another 60. This is so exciting. It's starting to get quicker now, hey?
You are not
prepared. Hello, Rage. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, can I just say that I love your username. The way you've done that with the fancy spelling and stuff. Thank you so much for the shout out. Drop all the rage or follow if you are not already following. Thank you so much for the raid. Tell me about your stream. How are you? How did you go? What did you do? All the things. Spill the beans. That is another level 60. I believe that's 19. $1960s. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have logged out. Okay. Check on, because I've got 4 more tunes that have to do Ardenweald. They're all 58, but I wanted to see which one was like the lowest level. Yeah, we'll see. But no, absolutely doing all the leveling. Testing out the new WoW stuff and the latter ones weren't too broken. Yeah, me too. I've had a lot that needed updates, and I've turned a bunch off. But thankfully there weren't any like crucial ones that were broken, which is really good. Very happy. Streamers on the side, damn straight. Absolutely. Diving on into those battles. Make sure you place your units. Exclamation battle in chat will get you your link to join us in Stream Raiders. I would love to have you. Fine. Okay, so which of the 4? I've got Leolita, who is at 58.69. I have Velethis, 58 and 6%. Okay, so it looks like Velithus is going to be where we start. Then I have Lena at 7% and Mardredrus at 14. Right, so it'll be Velithus first. Okay. Whoa. It's an alliance tune. Oh, look, already selected. Perfection. Oh, the shit is broken. Ah. Poop. Alright, what do we... I think I might just turn all the things off, honestly. Get rid of the annoying tooltip there. That's good. Is it me or is it taking longer to load in? It might be because I had a bunch of add-ons turned on that are out of date and actually actively erroring out. I haven't noticed too much of a difference when I'm only using working add-ons. Like now that I've disabled a bunch of out-of-date ones, that worked a fair bit better. But yeah, it just depends on what you're using, hey. Oh, right, oops. Try that again. Turn ATT off for the night, yeah. That's alright. Look, I've been keeping an eye on it on the second screen. It has been recently updated, but just not for the right, like, yeah, it's just not there yet. I'm sure Creever's probably put something in the Discord. Okay. Oh, right, Stormwind. This is a... Oops. Oh, this one does have a build. Okay, there you go. Brilliant. Let's just stick with that then. Alright. Load at least by a few seconds. Yeah, for sure. That's okay. Yeah, so there was a release on Monday. Yeah, like the last update before pre-patch, do not expect new release right on the weekly reset. We need to fix lots of bugs due to the interface overhaul in Dragonflight. That makes sense. There are changes happening on GitHub, but Yeah. It's just that the release hasn't been, like, pushed yet. Okay. Barbershop is free at the moment. Barbershop is free now. Now, the barbershop has been made free now. Yeah, that's an intended change. Not just for the moment, it's now always free. Good morning, Grumpy, welcome back. How'd you get Zygo to work? Doesn't load for me. You've got to make sure you're ticking out-of-date add-ons in the add-on list. No, as far as I'm aware, that's a permanent thing. I could be wrong. You know, it's been known to happen before, but as far as I'm aware, that's a permanent change. Which is awesome. We like that. That's good.
What might your purpose be? I will consider your words.
It's permanent change was mentioned a couple months back, as far as I know. Yeah, that's why I thought it was permanent, but yeah. It's been on the alpha and the beta and the PTR, like it's been there on all those kind of places. Yeah, it's very cool. Recall reading it was planned and permanent, can't remember whether, yeah. It was a while ago. It was a while ago. Hey. We're at 87.41. So we're still a day behind. That's okay though, we're gonna catch up real quick. Excuse me. Four more runs of Ardenweald, and none of them are gonna be full zone clears either. How cool is that? Oh, it's just, oh, we're so close. So close. Do do do.
So nice to see you.
Ardenweald. Ooh, I'm still at a Threads of Fate. Let's go set our Hearthstone and then we will get cracking. It's cool being nearly done on a much smaller scale, but only 2 levels left to have a 60 of each class. Amazing, Mara! Congratulations! You were so close. Far out. I am kind of, like, I'm interested to see how much further past 50-50, 50-60s I can get. I'm thinking that when I start, like once I hit 100%, and then I start working on additional characters, I'm thinking maybe I just leave the percentage, like, at where it is, and then let it, I mean, at that point I'll probably transfer into Jack's spreadsheet. Assuming that it functions for, well, no, it does function for 60 tunes, because it functions for up to 400. So it'd function for me, just sticking them all in there, and then, like, seeing how far past 100% I can get. let's fix this one. This one. There we go. Fixed. Definitely a challenge. So it's done exactly. Any extras are bonus. That's it. That's it. I mean, I would love to get the maximum number of attempts ready to go, for sure. Like, definitely not gonna lie, that would be awesome. But 50's still a hell of a lot. It's still a hell of a lot. You're going to show some love to 2 platoons. Those will be the first ones I do once I get to 100. Like 100%. But they're not going to be a part of the fight, like the goal, because they're at 51 and my evokers were flagged to be at 58. So if I, like that puts me a couple days behind. If I add them in instead of my evokers, I'll be behind again, like further behind. So they are counting as extras at this point. Extras that are just a hell of a lot more close to done than my 10s or my 1s. Not gonna lie, I am incredibly tempted to use my boosts. I've got 5 tunes at level 1. And I have 3 boosts to put characters to 50, and 1 boost to put a tune to 60. So I am extremely tempted to just use those boosts to firstly to get them off my account, and secondly so that I have those extra chances. I would not pay for additional ones. Absolutely not. But ones that are already sitting there, I am very tempted to use them. But not until I get to 100% anyway, so. Classes you didn't enjoy leveling? Well, so the level 1s that I have, there is a priest. So that'd probably be the one that I'd boost to 60, genuinely. And then it's Shaman, Warlock, Paladin, Hunter. And those ones are all pretty easy to level. No Rogue. No Rogue. So I think I'd probably just like... I don't know, I do enjoy, like, Hunters are kind of fun, but, yeah, I don't know, I already have them, might not make use of them. That's exactly it, that's it. And it's not like if I got a second account, I could transfer them over to that account or anything like that, so if I don't use them, they're just, you know. But I also feel like that's cheating, now that I've gotten this far, you know, it feels kind of like cheating, but, nah. So if ones you've picked up already, why not give yourself more mount chances? Exactly. We're all used for rogues. Yep, that's it, That's it. But no, I've got no rogues, no additional rogues on the list because I didn't need any more leather wearers for getting those transmogs.
The hunt must go on.
I have more leather wearers than anything else by what was a long shot. Now it's a smaller shot, but yeah. I wouldn't use the boosts on the 10s because they were already, like, I feel like that's a waste. Maybe I'd do a random roll. Maybe I'd roll 1 to 4, and whichever one it lands on gets to be leveled, and the rest of them get boosted. Oh, actually, I should check to see if I'm missing anything from Exile's Reach. That should be my first bloody step. God damn. Class race combos. No. Oh, there's a Worgen Priest. But nothing, no mages or rogues. I don't know if Worgen Priests do anything or not. So, the first thing I did when I was making my new tunes was make 2 paladins so that I could get those class mounts. So I have a Tauren paladin and a Dark Iron Dwarf paladin so that I can cross those mounts off the list. Then I looked at armor types: plate, mail, leather, cloth. And I added a little section to my spreadsheet to see how many of each armor type I had. And then I created new tunes. I picked the lowest armor type, and then I picked the lowest class, and then from there the lowest race that could be that class, to try to just, you know, even out my stats as much as I could. They're very, very much not even, but they're as even as I could get them while still fulfilling some stuff. Yeah. Interesting point. I tried making a new DK. And it told me I couldn't have more than 1 Death Knight on the server. Except I already have 2 Death Knights on each server. So I think that might be a bug. That's right, I just made it another hunter instead, because I need more mail wearers anyway. It's a rather old setting. It is. I have a feeling something got yanked from, like, it's almost like something, it caught the bug from Wrath Classic or something. It's interesting. But yeah, I'm fairly certain that is an actual bug. See? I wonder how far through Ardenwood I'll get. Well, I can skid up. No! I'm comfy. Tired. I'm actually genuinely uncomfortable sitting upright at the moment. I don't know what it is. It's my back or something after walking for so much time, but like, the way that, like, this desk is not ergonomic. I was comfortable sitting at work correctly, but this, like, I don't know. There's just something wrong with my setup at the moment. Oh, hydrate. Trying so hard to sit up properly earlier, and it just, I just hurt so much. I think it's my hips. 'Cause it's like my lower back that's hurting, but I think it's my hips. Times. Indeed. My god, there are gonna be so many new collectibles and stuff in Dragonflight. All the new treasures to hunt down, and it's gonna be so much fun. the first week or so, it's just gonna be coas. It's just gonna be, I don't even know what we're doing today. Let's do something that looks like fun. But then after the first week or so, once I kind of have my head wrapped around what there is to do, the streams might become a little more structured. Like I'll actually know what I want to do, but we'll see. We'll see. Really excited to put the dragon riding cosmetics? Yes. Yeah, for sure. And doing all those races and stuff. Especially like the group races. I'm looking forward to being able to say to you guys, like, okay, let's do this. Get here, sign up, let's go. It'll be good fun. Hello, Urgle, welcome back. Do you sit with your legs up? Look, sometimes. Sometimes it's just more comfortable. My back hurts. And so like curving my back like this and stretching it out just feels kind of good at the moment. But not always. Sometimes it's really uncomfortable. Just depends on my body on the day. Fun times. Never done that. Maybe you're not flexible. That's okay. It's not going to be a comfortable position for everybody. Everybody is different, hey. Not flexible? That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, look, it doesn't take too much flexibility, but there is, like, pulling your knees to your chest, definitely. There is some involved in that, some flexibility, hey. Just a touch. Still in combat. Just gonna annihilate Fiona. Brilliant! We did a win! Congratulations to Chatty, Aaron, Cade, and Mart on all of your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. Ooh, boss chest. Scary. Oh, I can't place that. God damn. Alright, that's fine. Do you know how I can move my bags? I'm not sure, sorry. I'm assuming you're using the new default UI. Maybe someone in chat will be able to let you know where the option is, but I haven't done much looking into that just yet. I have some higher priorities on my list, so I haven't fiddled around with UI just yet. I'm still using LVUI. But someone in chat should be able to help out. As far as I can tell, you can't edit the bag at all outside of combining them. There you go. You can't. There are some small-sized bag add-ons out there, though. Not to make your bag small, but like, as in like memory small, add-ons out there that can help you adjust your bags a little. So it might be worth looking into that. Not something to reskin your entire UI, just an itty bitty tiny add-on to do what you want to do with your bags. They added a few things to move resize, definitely could have been more. Yeah. It's just me. I guess they weren't aiming for like a full LVUI experience. It's just me. The more customizable the game is, the harder it is for their support staff to give help as well. Like, you know, if a new player opens a ticket or like asks for help on the forums and stuff, and they've tweaked their UI beyond recognition, like very few people are going to be able to actually figure out how to help them if the UI is too complicated. So I can understand why they've given us the customization options, but not like a shitload of them, just to try to keep it to a serviceable product. But look, that's what add-ons are for. That's what add-ons are for. Hey, Biggie. How did you get the name Fiamma? I don't understand your question, I'm sorry. What do you mean? You mean like how did I get the username? Like selecting it at account creation? Or like what it means? How did I come up with it? What do you mean? Uh-huh. Well, in Italian, it means flame. So that's how I came up with it. I stuck a bunch of fire-related words into Google Translate. Like flame and burn and fire and ember and heat and all that kind of stuff. And then flipped through a bunch of languages until I found a word that was really nice and that I liked. And so, yeah. Alma is Italian for flame. Yeah, sure. Except you spelt it wrong the first time, so I'm not sure if you're actually getting the right word there. Cool, so Google says that you're wrong, firstly. So I'm not sure if you're using a regional dialect or something there, but it is Fiamma. You are very much wrong. So I'm not sure if you're trying to, like, troll or something, but it's not particularly effective. Last time you were here, you were being a bit trolly. But who knows? Maybe you're just in a mood. It's an I. You should be able to read that fairly easily on your screen, especially if you're using dark mode. Like, it's very clearly a dot and a dash. If you're not able to see that, maybe you need to change the zoom settings in your browser. Potentially, maybe get your eyes checked. Yeah, look, people want to fuck around. It's... I don't have time for that bullshit.
What is your quarry?
Whatever, it was a joke. Brilliant. The call sign of someone who tried to make her funny and completely failed. Ah, dear. Do you actually have new areas? No, the new expansion hasn't been released, Effigy. It's just the pre-patch, and it's stage 1 of pre-patch. So there's a blog post essentially from Blizzard that kind of there's patch notes, like proper patch notes with a whole long list and stuff. Yeah, you did the wrong one. Sorry about that, Effigy. That was an error. Sheebs misclicked when chat moved, I believe. But yeah, Biggie, I don't know what's going on with you today, but like, I hope you feel better soon, because, that's not it. Just, yeah, like, I hope whatever's going on in your life kind of chills out soon, and that you have happier days ahead. But yeah, so today is stage 1 of the pre-patch. Blizzard have released patch notes that are like the big comprehensive list of all the changes, like all the little bitty changes and stuff. And then they've also released a blog post with like big sweeping, like, we have the new talent system, we have the new UI, we like the big kind of the headliners, if that makes sense. There's another section to the pre-patch coming on the 15th of November, and that's when we're gonna have well, hang on, is it the 15th for us, or is it? Yeah, so yeah. It'll be 15th night in Australia, like overnight. And that's when we get access to evokers. And that's when you'll have, like, you know how we have a pre-patch event with like some limited time quests and maybe some transmog or toys or whatever, you know, what have you, that kind of stuff. That will happen on November 15. So like the morning of the 16th in Australia, because Wednesday is patch day for Aussies. And then we have the 29th in Australia that is the big launch, and that's when you get your new zones, and we can level to 70 and all that fun stuff, all the shenanigans. Just pre-patch. Of course, yeah. So November 15th will be, and it'll be a couple of weeks that you'll have to get that. And just click TP about it. It's okay. Totally okay. If chat is moving, you can always type it out as well. The like / timeout, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. I've done the same thing multiple times, but some, you know, usually chat is quiet and just chill and all that, and then of course, boom, all of a sudden as you try to click something, it's great. It's great. How long is timeout anyway? It's customizable. So the default timeout, like if you click the timeout button, or you just type / timeout username, the default is 10 minutes. And it'll show you, like when you get timed out, usually it'll grey out your chat box and it'll say like you've been timed out, you can speak again in, and then has like a countdown. But you can purge, which is like deleting one message. You can also purge everything they've said prior while allowing them to still speak by doing like a 1 second timeout. But there are, like, I've spoken to content creators who, like, their default timeout is like a week. So that if they click the timeout button, that person can't come back for a week. It's not a permanent ban, but they have to wait a week and like really think about what they did before they come back, kind of thing. I have often thought about like adjusting the default timeout, but I don't know, 10 minutes usually seems to be like either people lose interest and they leave, like they go away, or it's enough time for them to kind of, I don't know, chill out from whatever's going on. Like some people are just there to cause shit, right? And those people will get bored, they'll move on, they'll find another target, which is not my intention. I don't want other people to be targeted, but I also just don't want that shit messing up my community here. Like having those, like, we have a vibe and I like the vibe and I'd like to maintain the vibe, you know? But then, yeah, if people are really just acting out and people are getting frustrated with each other or there's disagreements in chat or whatever, if I can time both people out for 10 minutes, usually that's enough time for people to kind of step away and like take a breath and just sort of come down off that edge a little. And if it doesn't, of course, we can time them out again. And if they continue to fuck around, we do have the ban button as well. You can always swing the hammer. I don't like to. Like, swinging the hammer is definitely, like, usually a last resort for me. 'Cause I know that a lot of that kind of, you know, internet shit is not a reflection of the individual a lot of the time. A lot of the time it's a reflection of, like, what's going on in their life at the moment and all that kind of shit. And so I don't want to, like, completely remove somebody permanently for something that might be a product of, you know, them getting some really bad news today or something. But then there are some comments where it's like, under no circumstances is that acceptable. And so they get banned right off the bat. Really just kind of depends on the situation. Why? What's wrong, Shani? Why are you bad? Totally fine in you, not a worry. Good afternoon to you too. Sit in the naughty corner, fuck around and get yeeted. Yeah, basically. Hello, Lilo. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. Safe place for sleep. That's what I try to, like, that's the goal. That's the goal. And although there are some times where I personally might be able to withstand the comments a person is making, like, you know, my you stream for this long and you get thick skin, it's a thing. So although there might be comments that I personally, like, I can handle that, others might not be able to, and I don't want people to feel like that's the kind of stuff that's acceptable here, because it's not. And it's only a matter of time before those kind of comments or vitriol or whatever shifts from being directed at me to being directed to other people in chat, specifically mods to start with. A lot of the time, if someone comes in hating on me, and a mod takes action, that's the very next person to be targeted, and I won't stand for that. Like, that's not fair in the slightest. So yeah, I try to kind of, like, we tend to moderate with a fairly light hand here. I'm far more happy, like, I'm quite happy to have a conversation and try to, like, help a person. Like, if they come in being really frustrated and really angry, it's like, hey, what's going on? Let's talk it out. What can we help with? But sometimes people don't want help. Sometimes people won't accept help, even if they do want it. They can't bring themselves to kind of, or they're not comfortable having that discussion in an open forum. Yet they're comfortable being keyboard warriors. And that's, you know, that's up to the individual. All we can do is, you know, give them the space to do what they need to do. And if that's gonna involve them lashing out at others in the community, then I'm gonna put a stop to it. Consider we don't tend to swing that hammer ultimate. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. One thing that I would definitely recommend is that if people get banned in a chat, to not comment on it, to not mention it. Like, even the whole, like, yeah, that's right, or about time, or that was the right choice. Like, don't. Just don't. It's not worth it. That's literally giving them attention, which is often, if they get banned right off the bat, it's usually because we can tell they're looking for attention. And you'll quite often, like, sometimes after that kind of a conversation, you know, I try to be gentle and that kind of thing, but for some people, it's very obvious that all they're wanting is attention, and I'm not going to give that to them. So if I don't, and then people in chat do, that's giving them literally what they want. And even if I don't respond at all, there's still a chance that, you know, screenshots of you in chat saying that shit will end up on a Reddit post or a YouTube video, or, you know, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. If you think people are trolling, don't interact with them at all. Not even to say, dude, not cool, or whatever, just let the mods handle it. Let the moderators do what they do best, and yeah. Anyone know if DF would be better than SL? Stop playing during SLs, didn't enjoy it that much. I think that's a really difficult thing to quantify, Lilo. Because, like, what defines a good game for you might be entirely opposite of what defines a good game for me. So better than is entirely too broad a statement. Look, jumping on the PTR to play around with new talents and stuff is definitely something that you can, although actually now that, I don't think the PTR's open anymore, is it? Or maybe it is for, like, I don't know. There have been a lot of giveaways for, like, beta keys and stuff like that. If there are any more of those, like, I've already done mine, I don't have any more to give away, but if there are more going on out there, you might be able to try your luck at getting a beta key to try it out and see if you'd be interested. But yeah, it's, like, I think at this point, the best bet for you would be to have a read through of all of the new things that are being implemented and seeing if any of that piques your interest, you know? And then kind of going from there to see if it's something you'd be interested in. But yeah, that's it. Hey, change it in depth since Shadowlands. Yeah, it's a lot. Dragonflight is changing a fuckload of the game, like a metric fuckload of changes. It's yeah, unfortunately, really hard for us to quantify that. It's big. So they've even split the pre-patch into 2 parts, just because of how much is. So today we got the new talents, we got the new UI. There's a few other bits and pieces. There's like a blog post that sort of gives you the headlines, and then it also tells you what's coming with the next stage, which is on November 15th or 16th for Australians. And then you know, what's going to be coming on launch day and everything. It's, yeah, it's a big thing. It's a big time. There are a lot of changes. Like a lot. They are amazing, aren't they? And the new things for DF. Blizzard have been doing some really useful blog posts, like on their news thingamajig. I think it's just like, is it dragonflight.blizzard.com? Give me a second. Yeah, dragonflight.blizzard.com is their homepage for the expansion. And that'll give you a whole lot of information about what's coming. And hopefully some information on the pre-patch as well, I think. But yeah. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of the new UI. Well, good news, Effigy, there is like an old setting. You can like set it up so that it looks like the old one. You might have to make some adjustments to size and things like that, but nothing too drastic. And then failing that, if you still don't like that, because of the way you can export and import UI layouts, you'll probably be able to find somebody, if not today, then at least by the end of the week, someone online who has recreated the old layout exactly or as close as they possibly can, and then have exported that so that everyone else can just import it. So customizable. So doing YouTube videos with pre-patch survival guides, they are. Although pre-patch survival guide might not be super useful to someone who's not looking to come back for the pre-patch. Pre-patch survival guides tend to be like what has changed and how can you deal with it right now sort of thing, whereas if you're looking for the big game changes with the new expansion, I think they're like the website's going to be a better bet for that personally, but of course it all just depends on what exact information you're looking for. But for sure, Effigy, absolutely. For sure. With the nerfed XP final. Oh, bugger. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense, but still. Are you updating your spreadsheet, your leveling spreadsheet? What is this warrior called? Velithus. No, don't attack. Squish the thing, don't attack. Switch up the resolution, that's fine. Not a worry. Not a worry at all.
We serve the queen. Good hunting.
So he's about to hit 59. Many excites. Demon Hunter was the easiest one to format, I can imagine. actually has a lot of depth to these talents. Oh, nice! At least Havoc does. That's brilliant news. Well, I hope you enjoy playing it a little more.
Evil has no place in this force.
We go, 59. We're at 87.65, which means we are up to date. We are officially up to date. It doesn't work. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, everything's fine. Can I just double check, what is the target XP for 60? 354,510. Yay, Meaty! Congratulations! Well done. So I'm currently 59, and it says that I'm 15,448 out of 354,510.
The grove beckons.
I hope that's what you were looking for.
I serve the queen.
Oh, which means my stuff is wrong now. That's all right. It's close enough. Don't care. Doop-a-doo.
Invaders aren't the only danger in the woods.
How fares your hunt? Something for every occasion.
Fia has to choose someone to pick the voice. Oh god. You do. Haha, suck it.
How can I help?
Was not expecting that yet. Well. Fia wins. That's hilarious. That's the first revision XP, so not great. No, bugger. That's alright. Maybe it'll change again when the evokers come out, and maybe it'll change again when the X-Pack actually hits. Who knows? Way more active lately, it's good for me, but it hurts. Ah! You'll be fine. You'll be fine. And how about Fell Orc?
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan to me. So was this XP set already an option in your spreadsheet, Well done. Challenging skill. Well done. Oh yeah, I love those kind of things. Like, I had sweet potato Pringles in Singapore. They were purple, and they were dusted in salt, but they tasted sweet. It was almost like they'd been dusted with the tiniest amount of icing sugar. It was so sweet. Just didn't like them, so I got the whole pack. It's fantastic. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I'm not sure the easiest way to assume is LUI. Look, I'm gonna be trying out the new default UI. I need time to like sit and customize and all that kind of stuff. But no, I've been using LUI for a really long time because I have higher priorities.
There we go. Have higher priorities than my UI at the moment. So I'm trying to get my tunes leveled, and then when I get some spare hours, I will sit down and go through the default UI and see if I can get it customized the way I like it. But we'll see. LUI is just such a huge add-on. It's so big and takes forever to load, so yeah. It'd be nice to not have to use it, but we'll see. Alright, since you ate it. Ah, really? Interesting. Mine didn't. Nothing has... The only thing that's gone a bit funky is the display of the experience bar. Everything else has been totally fine for me. That's really odd. Having spare hours, I know, right? Couldn't even open my bank or anything. Is LVUI like your only add-on? Because there's a good chance it might be something else. I had to disable TSM, like Trade Skill Master, because it was throwing errors left, right, and center. But LVUI has surprisingly not caused me any issues, given, like that, how odd is that, right? That it's not caused any issues. I'm also not sure if I actually updated it or not, so that's, maybe it's because I didn't update. Oh, for God's sake. This one. Go. Multiple add-ons. I updated mine. Okay, I'm not sure if I updated mine. I have version 12.92. So hopefully that helps. If it's the same, then oh well, but yeah. So if you've got other add-ons, it might be other add-ons. Like, if you disable everything and just turn LVUI on, can you open it? Do you know what I mean? Like, do some process of elimination, because it may well not be LVUI causing the issue. Microphone is awesome. Agreed. I enjoy it very much. Do you use any LVUI add-ons? So, additional, like, plugins. Additional bits that plug into LVUI. How's it going? What's the difference between roasted sweet potato? It's a heated yam, the other's a yeeted ham. Brilliant, Jam. Love that. Welcome back. Doing very well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. Hope you can say the same. Alright. Use the Shadow Light plugin. Right, I don't use any plugins, so maybe it's a plugin issue. At least I don't think I use any plugins. Neke, Ali, Aaron, Chatty, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done! Boss defeated! On to the next map. Which is not really a next map, because there aren't actually any events going on at the moment, which is really rare for stream raiders. Let's go through the middle. That's alright, so far most of my add-ons work for the most part. My keyboard didn't work and get beautiful. Flanger code no longer fantastic. Wonderful news. Love it when they survive. You know what is awesome for you on Instagram? Yes, definitely. Follow Fear on Instagram. It's been a little quiet lately because life has just been... Yeah. But we're getting there. Getting there. Got some stuff that needs to go up shortly. God, Light Mount has had like 7 updates in like the last hour. I am afraid for that developer. Trying to get to 2 commands, brilliant. Wonderful news. Gotten 2 new 60s today. Very excited about that. More to come. So I have 30 Horde tunes and 20 Alliance tunes. Technically, now it's 34 Horde and 24 Alliance, with a space on each for my Evokers. I do main Horde. This just happens to be an Alliance tune. Hi, my name's Fia, and I'm an Alcoholic. Hello, Cabot. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Both good. They have the quirks. They do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ain't nothing wrong with either of the factions. It's very much down to personal preference.
For the Alliance.
Oh, yeah, there's that too. It is indeed. This will be my 20th 60. In about approximately 1 whole ass level when it dings. What are you planning to name your Evoker? I've got the name shit.
For the Horde!
Saved. Whatever the randomizer generates. Fun fact, in NA/OCE region, we have a name randomizer, and the randomizer is different depending on what race you have chosen. So, Dark Iron Dwarves get Dark Iron Dwarf names. Trolls get troll names. Humans get human names or approximates. So they're all specific to the races. So I tend to use that because then you get something that's kind of quirky and fun, but also actually at least semi-appropriate for the race you've chosen. So I don't know what I'm naming them because the generator will tell me. EU doesn't get one because reasons, I guess. I think it's because of all the languages. I think it's because the EU is playable in just so many different languages. We've got so many different language-based servers, it's just too hard to implement. Horde race class inspect. Perfect. There we go. Like we don't get an orc named Mike. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Where are my orcs? What have I got? Oh no, I named my orcs manually. Oh no, wait, no, I've got 3 orcs, and one of them is Kita. Kiita, and that was a randomly generated name. Oops. But like, Lower Luna is a Zandalari troll. Find my actual random ones. Ragasa is a Magpar orc. Helena is a High Mountain Tauren. Keishi is a troll. Elvian is Nightborn. Zorala is Blood Elf. Gizalia is Volpera. Yeah, they're all randomly generated. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with those, so I just tend to stick with that. I'm not really one to, like... I'm not a role player, but I also don't do, like, meme names and stuff. Like, it's never really appealed to me, so... Or like, pop culture references or whatever. I just, not for me, personally. So yeah, the generator works well for me. I guess so. Sure. It's named Bob. Perfect. Perfection. My most recently leveled orc was Orky Potter. Perfect.
I would be glad to assist you.
Oh dear. Well done, Jam. Well done. I had the aircon on here for the first time in like a whole last year today. I know we were like Brisbane had a 6-month winter, which is really fucking weird. Like that's not a thing that happens. But I kind of miss it already. But, that's okay. Look, rare drops do that sometimes. One of my streamer friends had over 2,500 attempts on Ashes of Allah, which is a 1 in 100 drop. Over 2,500 attempts before it finally dropped. Persistence is definitely key. But yeah, look, some things just take a while. Yeah, consistency. Doing the run every week with all the tunes you have that can drop it, that can use it, and that kind of thing is eventually it will drop. It's the law of mathematics. Yeah, I am unhappy with this. Look, it's less humid than Singapore was, so I'm okay with that. But like, the heat is just, I'm done. Goodbye. Jesus is a fickle son of a bitch. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All we can do is keep doing. This time of year here in Chicago, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't ever get that cold in Brisbane. It just, we're on a tropic. Like, we're on a tropic line, so it just does not get that cold here. But, it was nice. Got to wear stockings and jackets and things. Now my wardrobe is, like, halved. Fair enough, Kevin. Interesting.
You are not prepared.
Hello, Cricket. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing today? How is your stream? You're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for the shout out. Guys, if you haven't already followed Cricket, there should be a button at the top of your chat right now to do so. Nice and easy. Don't even have to go anywhere. Super useful. Cricket is super lovely. So just by the way.
By the Sunwell.
Definitely do the thing. Ah! Thank you for the resub, Cricket. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Right, let us welcome in some raiders. Hello, Elias. Welcome back. Hello, Tall Leprechaun. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hello, JC and Gibson and Gator and Wanna Fly. Welcome, raiders, indeed. All of the hype. Hello, NetWiz. Welcome on in. You are also having a fantastic day. Your nails. Okay, give me a sec. Ah, congrats, Jam. Well done. Right, so you guys, I didn't tell you guys actually, but I did my nails. Cricket sent me some photos of her nails, and I was like, I was inspired, and so Thea has Halloween nails. Look it. I'm really, really happy with them. So I've got like, there's like a spider web, and there's like a wolf howling at the moon, and there's like blood and bats. And a little tiny spooter. Focus, you bastard. Focus. Focus. There we go. Sort of. There we go. Spider, and then more bats and more blood. And those are little itty bitty spiders on their web. And then I got a pumpkin. And look at the little reaper. Look at him. If it'll come on. There you go. Look at him. When the camera decides to let you. I'm so happy with them. I'm so happy. I need to do some kind of, like, I need to figure out a way to, like, to do a photo with all of them, you know, without being like this. Because hands look weird, you know, and it's not social media friendly. But yeah, it's, I need to learn how to pose with hands. Thank you, Cricket, for the inspiration. I'm so happy with how these turned out. So happy. Oh, dearie me. Fun reading, chatting. Amazing! That's so good to hear. Hello, Tuna. Welcome on in. Hello, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, Castle. I think they're pretty cool, Zor. I'm glad you agree. Looking nails. I have, so a couple of them are stamps, like stamping. You get a stamping plate and you, like, put polish on it and scrape it and then have a stamper and then you stamp it. Like, it's a whole process. But then the rest of them are like nail vinyls that are like stencils. So you peel them off a sheet and stick them on and then paint over and peel off. But yeah, I'm so happy with how they turned out. So happy. Oh, free for all. So I love it. Me too. I love them. They're so cute. To fix and crop them together. Look, maybe, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like doing like dark eyes and like red lips and doing some kind of like creepy stare down the barrel of the camera type look might be better, considering they're like, you know, Halloween nails and all. But look, I'll have a play with it. I'll find something funky to do. Take a not weird hand photo too. There was a thing I learned how to do with a jacket. Like with a long sleeve. Where's that? So you don't even have to put the whole jacket on, just like one sleeve. The sleeve you're trying to take the photos of. And you kind of pull it real long. You pull it real long and then you kind of just sort of, you don't like hold it like super like press tight because that's the awkward bit. You kind of just sort of, you make this sort of a shape with your hand and then kind of pull the sleeve up over the top. And then you kind of get this sort of, like that's what they do on the Instagrams and they have that. But then you don't get to see the cute one on the thumb. So that's useless to me at the moment. And you don't get to see the other hand as well. So, but that's how you can do it for one hand. But like, yeah, it's Hello, Pies. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Smell your pumpkin. Hope for the best. Yeah, that's it. And just, or like you hold something. It's like, and then you get that kind of, or like preferably something larger, like a air conditioning remote. But like you kind of just hold something gently and naturally and it kind of does the thing. The whole thing is like not having your hands too straight because it makes them look weird, but then also not having them like square and bent and weird. It's like you gotta have them relaxed and floaty weird. Yeah, look, it's photos are hard. Photos are just hard. Content creation is so hard. Hey Anab. Hello Jake, welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm doing well, thank you. A bit warm actually. Let's turn that on. Doing well, fantastic. Yeah, a bit warm, but otherwise really well. Want to see pretty nail pictures, but holding increasingly random and ridiculous items. Do I have any ridiculous items? Like, is that a thing that I own? I'm not sure I have anything ridiculous. Simply out on Persian today. Okay, the new one. I personally would deactivate it and not remove it just yet. Unless you can back up your settings somewhere else separately. Just in case you need to go back and make reference to how you had things set up and stuff like that. I haven't done anything with my UI just yet because I'm too busy leveling. But yeah, no, my big nervous thing is that I'll get rid of it and then be like, crap, I had this just a certain way and now I can't remember because my memory is trash. But look, to each their own. Started playing WoW again last month. Amazing, Michael. I hope you're enjoying your time in Azeroth. Haven't backed up? Perfect, Nav. Perfection. You're all covered then.
I serve the queen.
All covered. Right, let us grab some Gormlings and skedaddle out of this area. Do.
Do you need something?
A clutch of Gormlings has begun evolving into matriarchs. Bring them to our wranglers while there's still
Ooh,
time.
free for all is open. Do, do, do. We're at 41.95% of the way through 59. We are getting there.
Watch the shadows.
The Weald welcomes you. Now, where did I put that?
Hello, Millie. Welcome back. Time flies by so quickly. Sister makes brilliant. I hope you enjoy yourself.
Need some help?
Sort of finish it. Fight will be good. Well, fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed. Oh. Go. If 60 characters there, we can indeed. We can indeed. There's many, many tunes. I hope people use the extra 10 slots wisely. Do I update Zygor through the Zygor app? I kind of forgot. Yes. Yeah, they've got like a desktop. I don't know if you can update it manually, but I know they do have like a desktop app, like a program you install and it can update from there. But I didn't have any updates, which is... I don't know if maybe it's just because it did it automatically or whatever, but I didn't have any updates for mine, which is very strange. Okay. Because sometimes I've had to go in and manually do it, but I wonder if that's just because something errored out on my end. Cold? Oh, interesting. Must be in a different climate to me. It's quite warm where I am.
The Weald welcomes you.
go. Halfway to 60. Well, halfway through the level anyway. I have to do this boring thing. Good. Do do do. Praise. How many 60s do you have so far? 19 as of today. This will be number 20. Which is not bad. Not bad. Rough. That is weird. Wait. Hey, Erica. Welcome back. Just 2 monitors. Oof. Interesting. Introduce. Do you raid? If so, what level do you raid at? Not officially. Not officially. There is a guild that I occasionally jump into when they do raids. They top out at heroic. Yeah. Nothing too serious. Just to experience the content, really. Fix. How about yourself, Tuna? Do you raid? Happy birthday, you too, Erica. That's so strange.
Do you need something?
Battle add-ons like rematch still work, or if they're broken. I'm not sure. I turned a bunch off that I wasn't using just to make things easier. No idea, unfortunately. There aren't many add-ons that are, because like they haven't rewritten the lure or anything, there aren't many add-ons that are entirely, completely stuffed. A lot of them are throwing errors when they try to refer to UI elements and things like that, but they're still mostly functional. They're not like game-breakingly broken. I don't think anything is really, like game-breakingly broken. I mean, one way to find out, of course, is to give it a crack. Bug miss. That's it, hey. That's it. Jack, your leveling spreadsheet, what, if any of it, is conditionally formatted? Did you have just the whole spreadsheet, like, with the conditions applied? Or, like, just certain fields, certain ranges? So far, that's all I've seen. Perfect! I mean, not great, obviously, if it's an add-on that people use, but, like, that's not bad. When a lot of people, you know, have a ton of add-ons, only having one throwing major problems is a good thing, hey? Pretty good. Specific columns have them. Okay. Okay. So columns, perfect. Because I don't like bold colors. So I'm just gonna go in and stick in my own hex codes, but leave your own, like leave all your formatting and stuff just to make it pretty in my brain. I mean no offense. I mean no offense at all. But yeah, I like my color schemes, what can I say? Share your spreadsheet, Jack. Yep, it's pinned in the general channel of Discord. Seems to be fine. Oh, good. Maybe they've had an update between when Erica tried it and when you checked it just now, maybe. That's a good thing. You're so welcome, Haley. So welcome. Of course, if you do copy it and make your own, and then there's an update, like Jack updates it, you need to make a new copy, that kind of thing. But although for the most part, you might just be able to like copy and paste some of the constants and stuff, right, Jack? See official calls. Oh yeah, no, I figured, and that's totally okay. It's what most people expect. I'm just weird. Depends on what's changed. Right, okay, yeah. Formulas and stuff might do. I don't play anymore. I've played for years, reading age. My fashions, lots of fun, and story and BFA and Shadowlands. Totally fair. Totally fair. Are you going to be doing the same for Dragonflight? Are you interested in leveling for story, or are you going to be experiencing it through others, watching streams and whatnot, and YouTube videos?
How can I help? For Ardenweald.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. There are some add-ons out there that people rely on so heavily that it's incredibly difficult to play the game without them. But the ones that I rely pretty heavily on for leveling seem to be working okay, which is great. Downloaded it back when you first shared it. Has enough been changed that I should grab another copy soon? Good question. Nice. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself. I've been doing pretty well so far at avoiding spoilers. So I am so excited to dive into the story and just, oh, great. Huge amount, mostly just beta XP changes when they were applied. Wonderful. I mean, even then, there'll be mostly minor changes that won't do, like, especially, like, if you're tracking it by levels and not by actual experience points as well, that won't make a difference. Super interesting. It fascinates me, like, how different people quantify different, bits and pieces. Okay. Button. Button, button. It's a spoiler-free channel. Of course, yes, absolutely. We are definitely a spoiler-free channel. No warnings, you just get banned. Let's change the selector. It should be fine. Oh, cool. Alright. Considering regretting it as an actual web app. Oh my god. Oh my god, Jack. That's just, like... Oh my god. Alright. Congratulations to Martin, Mara, Haley, Aaron, and Krugen on all of your bonus. Well done. Well done. Not so much been avoiding spoilers, rather avoiding hype so I don't get upset expectations like I did with Shadowlands. Fair. Fair enough. Okay. Let's plonk down that buster. Follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account, and drag and drop the units to the battlefield. Join us for wins. Trip to Singapore, it was really good. Really, really just wonderful. My feet still hurt. I'm still exhausted. But it was wonderful, but well and truly worth it. I'm at that point now though where I'm just kind of glad to be home, glad to be slowly getting back into a oh no, I lost the slowly getting back into a routine. I've missed being home, honestly, home and not sick, because picking up a chest infection at PAX, which was not COVID, which is great, but still a really gnarly chest infection. Was unpleasant. Didn't like that. Nobody liked that. So it's nice being home and being able to be functional, you know. I finally got around to like tidying the bedroom because got home and kind of like from when I was sick, like anything that I used got dropped by the side of the bed because I didn't have the energy to get out of bed to put it away. So then, like, there was just all that stuff, and then, like, unpacking from PAX, and then trying to repack for Singapore. So there was just stuff that I took to PAX that I didn't take to Singapore that was just all over the place. It was like a whole thing. It was a whole thing. So that's all now away, mostly. There are a few bits and pieces that are, like, on a table instead of away, but, like, I'm getting there, slowly but surely. How are you going, Zarin? What is up? Hey Jack, hope that helps with the web app or coffee. Devs like coffee, right? Apparently, this is what I've heard. There's like a whole money-giving platform named after it, so it feels like it's a thing, right? Lag issues are gonna... Not a problem at all, Enyo! See you next time. Have fun. Just working, sitting at my cruise in March, my 40th. Glad to hear so better. When I was younger, I was prone to chest infections. Out of school for weeks at a time. I'm so sorry to hear that. Cruise sounds amazingly exciting. Best of luck on the savings for that. But yeah, no, it was, I lost 2.5 kilos in a weekend. I set myself the thing of, like, if I hit 39.5 degrees, like, fever-wise, Celsius, then I would go to the hospital. And I hit 39.4 twice. So, I was not well. Very, very much not well. But I survived, and that is what is important. I'm Fury, aren't I? Yeah, I'm Fury. But I also use one button macros because I don't have, like, my memory doesn't function to, like, remember rotations of 38 specs. 60! Hey! Ding, 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 ding! Amazing. Where? This one. So, yeah, I don't know how I'm enjoying arms. Oh, dear. Another 60. I do believe that's 20 of them. Let's resort this spreadsheet. 20! Amazing. We're at 87.92. Which puts us bang on 1 day ahead. Delicious. Delicious. Alright, we're on Alliance side, so we're gonna jump onto Leolita, because she's my only Alliance Ardenweald person to go. I've only got 3 more to take through Ardenweald. Doesn't sound healthy. No, it wasn't. It's because I was not healthy at all, in any way, shape, or form. I was very, very, very sick and narrowly avoided going to hospital. That was my way of emphasizing just how unwell I was. Yeah, it was not healthy. At all. Rest is key. Yeah, that's it. See, yes, remember fevers and racing heartbeat. Great job. I'm in bed for a solid 2 days. Yeah, it's it, hey. Aw, has it? Okay, I didn't notice. This is my question. I was wondering why it wasn't proccing from my legendary. Well, there you go. There you go, indeed. Oh, oh. It says all, but it's not actually doing, it's not turning it off for all. I don't actually need those. Turn rest counter off just for the fun of it. Off. Off. No, crap. No. Okay. Dan Marigna has 7 combo points. Feels like he's dealing double damage. Yay! Amazing. I feel pretty crap today, to be honest. I think the dominoes I had for tea last night was off or something. That's just to me. Oh no. Oh, Zarin, I'm so sorry. That sounds like poo, literally. No, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's, yeah, I know the feeling, and it's really unpleasant, and so I hope you feel a whole lot better soon. A whole lot better soon. See what you did there? It actually genuinely was not on purpose. I promise. Alright.
Come forth and be judged.
For Ardenweald. Again, this is my 3rd last tune to go through Ardenweald though. And I'm actually pretty close to 59 already. This tune is 71.24%. So this should be a fairly quick one. Let's see. 20 60s! I've got 20 60s, you guys. How awesome is that? 20 60s. That's not good. Sorry to hear that. worth coming back to WoW at the moment? It really depends on what you're looking for out of the game, I think. So today is it's stage 1 of the pre-patch. We've got our new talents, we've got the new UI, there are a couple of smaller changes, but there's no new content yet. We don't have evokers yet. And obviously the expansion hasn't launched, so we're not at that stage yet. If you are really interested in coming back to Shadowlands, to Dragonflight, it might be a good time now because you've got the time to play around with the talents and sort your UI out and get your characters leveled up depending on how far, like how long ago you stopped playing, all that kind of stuff. But it's not like, I really think it is such a personal preference that it's really difficult to give somebody a yes or no answer. And I know that's, that's what get YouTube clicks and all that kind of shit is definitive. Yes, you should play, or no, it's crap. But the reality of the situation is that answer is going to be completely different for each individual. And so I would never want to, like, act as though my opinion is the right one, because that's just simply not the case. Yeah. Yeah, but like what part of, like there's a lot that changed in Shadowlands, and so, if you quit because Covenants are about to finish up. So, maybe that will improve the game vastly for you. If you stopped because you didn't like legendaries, then like, yeah, it really, like,
Take your time.
that still doesn't really help. The only way you're gonna know is to, unfortunately, give it a try, and if you don't have fun, then you stop playing, and if you do have fun, then you can keep playing.
Stay a while and listen.
It's not really a decision that somebody else can make for you. It's crummy time, yeah. Dear. Okay, here we go.
Stay safe.
Good. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get to here and change this one. No. No. Is the endless grind? Some of us have jobs. I know. I have a job. I'm in that same boat. See, the difference is, though, I quite enjoy grinds. This is going to be my 21st level 60 character, and none of them have been boosted. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of, yeah. So what I would consider a grind, or rather, more appropriately, I should say, what you would consider a grind or an endless grind. To me, I don't necessarily feel the same way about it. To me, that might be fun. So it's yeah. Unfortunately, either, like, it's a case of either you find somebody who feels the exact same way about the game as you do and who has fun doing the exact same stuff and not fun in the exact same stuff, who can help you make a decision. Give it a crack yourself. I'm not able to help with that. But I mean, like, MMOs by definition are endless. Well, they're designed to be endless. Eventually they come to a close when there aren't enough paying subscribers left. But the idea is that every 6 months or so you get new content to do, and so you're constantly getting new gear to defeat bigger enemies, to get more gear to defeat bigger enemies, to get more gear to defeat bigger enemies. It, by definition, is an endless grind. The question is, do you enjoy it? And if the answer is no, then it is the correct decision to not play it. But if you do find yourself having fun, be that because of the stuff you're doing is entertaining, or because the people you're playing with are fun, or whatever it happens to be, that's a good reason to play. I personally, I love the challenge. I set myself near inachievable goals, and then I achieve them. And I have a lot of fun watching my percentage bar tick up a little bit at a time. and earning and scraping every last little drop of progress I can out of an activity. I enjoy that a lot. But some people definitely don't, and that's okay. Totally valid. Totally okay. I mean, the grind is less than what Classic was. Yeah, absolutely. Classic was, that was in a league of its own, I reckon.
We will hunt the hunter.
I'd say wait till November 15th, the pre-patch event starts, but you'd be okay coming back now if you wanted, because Shadowlands is over. When I come back, yeah, but like, what way? Again, it's, yeah, that's entirely too broad a statement, unfortunately. My full-time enjoy the game in my downtime, didn't find Shadowlands grindy, or they stay open when they shouldn't because they're dead and outdated. I'm looking at you, EverQuest, my lord. Is EverQuest still going? Holy shit. I don't think I've ever actually played EverQuest. I don't think I've ever played it. Lords and Legion was the best in my opinion. Fair enough. I've definitely enjoyed Legion. Legion was one of my favorite. Like, every expansion has a special place in my heart, but all of them for different reasons. It's like an award, you know, like when you go to an awards show and there's like best in this category and best in this category, and they all kind of win a different award sort of thing in my eyes. But the parts I really loved about, like, Legion was the first expansion where I had multiple max level bolts. And I did that for a legendary campaign, which was the achievement to get all the class order hall campaigns finished, which was a hell of a grind. But I got there, leveled them all by hand, and then went through and did the quests. And I loved how easy the leveling, not easy, but I loved how well guided the leveling was. Like, I went through a whole zone and then I got the achievement. I think it was Azuna, it was my first zone. And I got the achievement, I'm like, wait, what? But I hardly traveled anywhere. And I opened up my map and the whole map was exposed. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, it didn't feel like I had traveled across this vast area, because it was just so well guided from here to 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 here kind of thing. So I really loved that part of Legion. Also the fishing artifact. Warlords, I loved the management side of the Garrison, because management sims are another kind of game that I really enjoy. So I loved having my own little place where I could build things up and I could earn a little bit of gold. Not much, but some, at least back then. And then, you know what I mean? Like, it just, there's so many different reasons to love all the different expansions for me personally. But of course I recognize that my opinions are not universal and I have some incredibly unpopular opinions. It's okay too. Let's just have an expansion come out, like their 20-something expansion. Holy cow. That's impressive. That's impressive. Hello, Knights. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Just as you would approach a job, if you enjoy your work, it feels less like work. If you dislike it, it'll feel like it's draining your life away. That's it. That's it. And that's why I'm aiming to be a full-time content creator. Because I love what I do. I love creating content, and I love, you know, getting a new product that I've never tried before and testing it out and having an opinion about it, and then making, you know, creating videos and taking photos and stuff and posting them and sponsored posts and shit like that. But, you know, being exposed to new brands and new products through that kind of stuff, and including video games, of course. But above all that, it's connecting with community. This here, like, that's where my chat box is. Like, this is what I love about content creation. It's the community. It's the connecting with you guys. If it was all, like, if I was an Instagram model or something, I know that I'm not type to, like, I'm anyway. But there wouldn't be, like, just static comments on a screen. I don't feel like it's not the same. And even, like, I used to do YouTube videos around, like, makeup and skincare and all that kind of stuff, like the beauty space. And that still, like, getting the comments and stuff on those videos was nice, but it still wasn't the same. Live video content is where my heart is. This is where my passion is. This is what I love doing. And hopefully one day I'll be able to do it full time. I'm working on it. I'm working my ass off, working hard. But we'll see. Indeed. Oh. This one's gonna die soon. Not super soon, but relatively soon. $20.60s. Yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting. Love again, I know. I think this is not even my last priest. I've still got another priest after this one. Direction for this new expansion. Are you talking about the Legacy, the animated short? Or are you talking about the cinematic when you launched the game, which was the launch cinematic? Experience is great. Amazing! Oh, that's so good. The animated short, yeah, it was pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to watching all the chapters and like piecing together the stuff.
What is your quarry? My heart
Six.
of ardent.
I believe you can. Yeah? Or is that a change that's coming with the next stage of pre-patch? Watched the first chapter last night? Yes. I watched it this morning once it was, because, yeah, time zones. It was really good. But yes, this tune is now 49. 59, sorry. One level to go. That's okay, not a worry. We'll see you next time, dude. 60 bucks. So they've done it now. Awesome. Amazing. Had it in a while. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Chromie Time was a fantastic change, especially for new players. Absolutely fantastic. Spark, don't see Shadowland dungeons. Oh, interesting. In fact, fantastic. Oh, I've got a couple I'm leveling. Just a couple. Only 30 to go. Several months, totally fine. Yeah, it's a great way to catch up. Pre-patches are usually awesome for that, hey? Might still be 10 to 50. Okay. Yeah, because I thought it might change when we got the Evoker, like November. You know what I mean? Like that makes sense for the changes to happen like then, rather than now. New thing to level, plus new way to level at the same time. Ah, awesome! Enjoy. Fresh start is often a good choice. Okay. I'm reasonably hungry. It is, yes. Did you not realize what time it was?
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay. You got absorbed in what you were doing. Yes, it would be a very good idea. I can't feel my toes.
Oh.
I'm more comfortable like this. I need to stretch out my back, and curving it is the best way to do it. Just fucking... Y'all need to leave my posture alone today. But yeah, no, I think dinner is a fantastic idea. Are you not hungry?
No.
Oh.
I only just realized that it was 8 o'clock.
You should be hungry.
I should be, yes.
Sounds like a plan. Ali says hi.
Hello.
Set of alliance tunes on the server because I cap with the Vocus and my bank ults. Oh no. No. Let's play more. Yeah, I have 10 characters. Yeah, look. Yeah, look. Yeah, I'm still keeping my goal at 50, 60s for now. If I can get anything beyond 50, it'll just be a bonus, I think. I doubt that I'm going to want to spend any time in the first couple of months of DF playing, like leveling tunes from 1 to 60, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe the need will overtake me. I do have 4 boosts sitting on my account that I should use, so I'm going to use those. Check what I need from Excel's Reach first. Let's see what I should boost. Can't do that at the moment because all the things is blocked. No loot. Congratulations to Rage, Silver, Zieg, Martin, and Miantos on all your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. Follow that link in chat. Log in with your Twitch account. Drag and drop your units to the battlefield. And let's have some fun. Okay. Animacons. Animacons. It doesn't actually push you out of combat, does it? God damn it. Just run far enough away. Not. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna be like one short. It's okay. I haven't got a new 60 tonight. I've choices. Patch part 2, heading to bed. No worries, rest well, meaty. Well done. Well done on kicking goals. I'll see you next time. I'm having some interesting lag spikes. Interesting. Nothing like super major, just little things here and there. Although, like, who knows, maybe that's them applying hotfixes. What I want to know is Dragonflight gonna be an endless grind like Shadowlands? The problem is, Jake, as we've been saying, we can't tell you that. We don't know. Like, people have been playing in the alpha, like I've had alpha and beta access, and like it's not going to represent the end game experience. It can't. Because you have like only very select, like here is a dungeon boss to test, here is a raid boss to test, one at a time, disjointed kind of stuff. Like we can't understand what that end game experience is going to be like until we get there, because they don't lay it out for you in the beta. That's not how beta testing really works. So we can't tell you, because we just don't know. No one has that information yet. If you need to know that before you make a decision, then I'd be waiting until like Christmas, New Year. That way we'll have had the game for about a month. People will be getting to level 70 in the first couple of days, and then you'll have, you know, a 30-day period to really see what gearing is like, what raiding is like, what the consumable market's like, all that kind of stuff. You're not going to be able to get an answer for that for a while, unfortunately. Thank you. No, I did have lunch. I got, I had to buy toothpaste, and while I was there, I got, oh, you're on the other side, the sticks, meat sticks, because I had craving. So I ate a pack of those, but, yes. But yeah, I didn't eat the veggies, but that's okay, I'll just have them tomorrow. Thank you so much for Agni. I appreciate it. I did have a small update when I logged in a minute ago. Oh, there you go. Perfect. You guys totally balked right now. No, man. Oh, no. Mine is all bit, like, surprisingly good. I've had a couple of add-ons that I've had to turn off, but nothing game-breaking, which is really awesome. I'm quite happy with my experience so far. And that's the thing. Like, so many people have complained about how grindy Shadowlands was, and I just did not feel that at all in the slightest. So everyone's determination, like everyone's decision on what is grindy for them is going to be totally different as well. Sure, Shadowlands had problems, but I really don't think it deserved as much hate as it got. I think a lot of that was just YouTubers looking for clicks, and then the general public kind of taking those thumbnail opinions and running with them. Like, but, you know, then again, not enjoying a video game is a valid opinion. Like, if you don't like it, don't play it, 100%. I back you totally with that decision. But yeah, we don't know what Dragonflight's going to be like yet. We can't. We just can't. Haven't tested the Demon Hunter and Dragonflight yet. Well, anyone who's playing in the pre-patch at the moment, yeah. If you're talking about at level 70, I'm sure there'll be a bunch of, like, bits and pieces out there. I personally haven't. Maybe some people in chat have. I'm not sure how many people in chat had access to beta. But the talents are live in-game now. So, like, the new talent trees are live. So if you're looking at just the talents themselves, then that's available right now in-game. So anyone who plays a Demon Hunter can talk to their experience about that, or speak to their experience, I should say. But if you're looking for the level 70 play, you'd need to find someone who has beta access and who plays a Demon Hunter reliably. And unfortunately, that ain't me. But someone in chat might be able to help you with that one. I think Jack was talking about earlier that the Havoc talents make it have a lot more depth. But I don't really have much context for that beyond that. There you go. Jack says, what specifically do you want to know about Demon Hunter? So there you go, Jake. Ask your questions and Jack may be able to have some answers for you.
I serve the Queen.
What's their favorite food? I'm just not very good at that shit. Flavored meatballs. My brain started trying to come up with a joke related to what have you given. So I was thinking like potluck, but not what they brought, like what everyone else has brought. But like, it's just, that's too involved a joke, I think. It's too many levels for it to be half funny. It's anxiously for pun. Main Demon Hunter, but since they nerfed it a lot in Shadowlands, I'm just afraid it's not going to be as good as it was in Dragonflight. Again, that's a little too broad, Jake. That Jack can't really answer that. Because what you consider to be good and fun is going to be different to what Jack considers good and fun. Based on the beta resto shamans. Their favorite food is resto shamans. You heard it here first. Brilliant. Yeah, Jake, if you can provide some like very specific examples, like I like this particular style of play, or I like the way these abilities interact, or I like that when I did this, this happened, all that kind of like, if you can give those kind of examples, then we might be able to help. But unfortunately, everything you've been saying has kind of been, it won't be as good, or I'm afraid it will do this, or do you know, like we can't do anything with those kind of statements. We can't help you at all. Yeah, we want to help. We're a helpful place and helpful people in a helpful community, but we can't help with those kind of statements. It's too generalized, entirely too broad. Happy Reset Wednesday. Hello, Sen. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Covenant abilities been broken or something. Can't use my soul shape for some reason. Yes, so Covenant abilities is Shadowland Zones only, as Jack said. But there's also a specific, there's like a toy I think you can buy for soul shape from Lady Munn, I think was what I read. I don't know. It's got its own headline in the patch notes. If you go and check out the patch notes, it's got details of like where you can buy that toy. It's not BS, it's part of the expansion. It's just like when they took, you know, your garrison tables and took away the gold missions and turned them into resources instead, that kind of shit. It's what happens literally every expansion. Like, if you're really not used to it by now, when we're on the 10th expansion, I don't know what to tell, or 10th iteration of the game, I'm not sure what to tell you. There's also things in DF that are account-wide unlocks, so in that aspect it's less grinding. It depends on what you're after. If you're after raid gear, that's not account-wide. Like, do you know what I mean? This is the thing. We have nothing to go on. We're being given zero information, except it was bad in Shadowlands. But, like, that's useless. So, yeah, we can't help with that. Just been given a seed of radiance. Subscriptions. Classes have at least 2 of them sticking around. Favorite food? Yeah.
Ardenweald calls.
Soul food.
I trust your hunt goes well.
Hello, colleague. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Recent whole casting, nice. Glad you're enjoying it. There are so many little quality of life changes, like, oh, my lord. Playing around with it on, like, the alpha and beta. With the, like, the, what do they call it? Look. Like, having interact keys and that kind of stuff. And then the one where it, like, highlights who you're, like, close to. Yes, that stuff is amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's just, and getting close to them and seeing the little, like, context icons appear above their heads is super cool. Excuse me. Oh, of the Covenant abilities. Right, gotcha. Level up animation for the XP bar for dungeons feels great. Nice! Oh, that's so good. Elemental Shaman, pretty different. This too comes with some heavy AoE. I have heard the AoE is, it's full on. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far, at least. We've got the time to get used to it, hey. I mean, Fire Mage, but I've been spending so much time leveling lately that I barely remember how to play it. So, that'll be fun. Hunter gets half of the Kyrian and half of the... Enhanced my Shaman, amazing! Oh, that's so good to hear. Yeah, my chamois are enhanced. But I one-button macro them, so I kind of don't feel like that counts. Enhance is looking nice, honestly. Awesome. I'm just so glad everyone is enjoying the new toys they have to play with. It's a really good sign. So blood bones go boom. Nice. Sunder ability has a great animation. Oh, good. From knowing my main and having like 5 possible ults. 5 possible mains and the rest possible ults. Oh my god. Holy cow. That's huge, Jack. I will still be maining mage because I'm like that, but... Hello, wow. Did they already nerf XP needed? No, the XP's gone up. Just a little bit, I think. Like when I was, so like 354k but in my spreadsheet it was 353k. So like it's gone up a little bit. There's definitely not a nerf there. I think they nerfed some of the lower levels, but like balanced it out over a few bits of it. But yeah, there's been some EXP changes. Man, holy cow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Frostfire. Frostfire Bolt in and of itself wasn't. It was an experiment, and the experiment failed. Like that's okay. I honestly like with the trees the way that they are. I don't think they'll bring back. Like they'd have to do like. Look at it this way. They've just put together these enormous big talent trees for every spec and class. To enable you to cross over dual specs, they'd have to rewrite them all again. And I just feel like that's so much work when they've only just overhauled the whole system. Like you can pick up a few frost abilities when you're in a fire, or like when you're on a fire mage and that kind of thing, but it's not. I don't know. That it doesn't seem reasonable to me. But I mean, I've been wrong before. Using first iteration of their XP, this XP table specifically for pre-patch. When they switch to DF proper, we'll see the nerfs. Okay, that's fair. Can dream. Yeah, look, but Frostfire Mage was just shit though. Like, it was not good. The ability, like Frostfire Bolt, the ability was cool. I loved the sound effect that went with it, and it looked gorgeous, but it was just shit. It was just not good. Frostfire Mage, it didn't play well. It just didn't play well. Obviously, they could take another swing at it and do things differently and things like that, but it just feels like such a waste of manpower. It's both the first and second iterations of the single piece. It's just a single. Oh, okay. Interesting. Shaman so much. I mean, they do play with all those elements. That's a thing. Why do you need 50 level 60s? I don't. I want them. I want them for Lovers in the Air. I want to get as many attempts per day at the Heartbreak amount as I possibly can. And until this morning, that was 50. As of this morning, it's 60. So 10 extra character slots, but I don't think I have the time to get another 10 characters to 60 before February. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows?
We need to get the Gorm infestation under control. Perhaps some of my magic can help you do it.
What are you humming about, Jack? Any of the players on D4A above you within reach now for all the score? I mean, before they also use those extra character slots, not on server. Not on server. So what am I at? I'm at 20 ults. I'm at 2939 for ult score, and I'm second on Sourfang. And the person who's in first has 5,804 levels. So no. If I go connected. The person above me is at 3,109. So they would be within range, because I think we can get to 3,600 now, right? Obviously, then when Dragonflight arrives, it'll be different. But right now, I think it's 3,600. So I could get to 3rd place on Connected, because the one above that's 4,408, which again is not appropriate, or like good for me rather. In the US, I'm 126th. If I can get to 3,600, I can get up to 71st. And that's assuming people don't also level, obviously. And then in world, I'm 306th. And I can get to... Uh, 174, but that again, that's assuming no one else levels. Jesus Christ. The person on top, like number 1 in the world, literally has 24,000 alt score. It's exactly 460s. That's just... Good lord. Like, I imagine that they just wouldn't do anything else. How could you possibly do anything else other than level? Like... Yeah, Infernus. Infernus was the one who got 460s. Like, or the person, I should say. I don't know what gender they are. Yeah, it just... I mean, I don't feel for them, because I imagine it's going to be like, yeah, I can keep going. Like, if you enjoy it that much that you set that kind of a batshit goal, like, you know? Cloning factory, yeah. Yep, that's it.
Do you need something?
460s. I have 20. I'm happy with this. 8 subs. It is 8 subs. Yep. That's a lot. I guess it's one at a time. Yeah, you could let them lapse and just play the one account. Although I would imagine that there would be some element of multi-boxing without hooks. I would imagine that they leveled a fair bit of them with hooks before the toss changed. And now that the toss has changed, that they still multi-box. Just stick your tunes on follow and solo a dungeon, you know? Like, but even then it's 5 at a time, not 8. It's just too much. Even as a full-time content creator, I cannot imagine having the time to do that. You wouldn't be able to do anything else, right? Like, there's a site where you can check how much ults someone has. Yeah, we're looking at data for Azeroth. However, it relies on people having their tunes updated. Like, it doesn't just automatically pull everything. You've got to, like, you can pull individual characters that you know are belonging to a person, but that person has to log in and connect them to say, these are all my tunes. So you can't check it unless they're active on the site. But that's what we're looking at. They do. Yep. Quick keybind is amazing, hey. Many improvements. Mouse over. All the improvements. Guy's leveling seems fishy to me. Which guy's level? Infernus? How so? Congratulations to Zam, Akita, Mayan, Aaron, and Martin on all of your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. To Feb 9. Keep in mind, depending on like if they're paying for 8 accounts and stuff, they might also have boosted a buttload of tunes. Fantastic. Amazing. But yeah, they like just because they have the levels doesn't mean they earn like. Okay, that makes me sound elitist as hell. Like, it's not what I mean. Just because they have the levels doesn't mean they grinded them out manually. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that if you paid for it, you didn't earn it. That's not. Like, I don't care. Boost what you want to boost, level what you want to level. Totally fine with whatever, however you want to play. But they may have just boosted it, but like, especially if they're content creating, they may have had people gift them Blizzard balance and then use that on boosts and stuff like that too. Like, 359 tunes in 5 weeks. That sounds to me like a marathon stream where it's like, everyone who buys me a boost adds 2 hours to the timer. Like, legit. Thank you so much for the volunteer. Very much appreciated. There you go. Sorry?
I agree with that. If Guardian never feels.
Fair. How's Shadow feeling with the new tree? Look, I play with 1-button macros, full disclosure. But I don't feel as squishy as I was. I feel like things are dying at about the same rate, but I don't feel like I'm dying at the same rate. So, look, it's not, yeah. I don't know how it feels rotation-wise, because I 1-button it, but I do feel less squishy. I'm not babysitting while I'm, like, glancing at chat every so often. I can just kind of read chat and mash button. Just one classes to main it, keep wanting to main Shadow for a tier. Back to Hunter or Warlock, totally fair. Golden Callings isn't nerfed, not yet. Anyway, shh. Shh. Stop. Don't talk about it. Don't give them ideas. Oh wait, I didn't click the eggs. Oops. Interesting. I'm guessing it's not just hidden. Like if you use the keyboard command, the slash command, that it doesn't pop up either. Check what version I'm on. I am WoW retail content installed 8.1.27804. 8.1.27804 is the version I'm on at the moment. Yeah, no, my button's not there either. My button's not there, but the window actually is. I believe if you type /Zygor show, it should show you, it should pop up without using a button. But yeah, no, my minimap button's not there either. But honestly, that's a UI feature, and given that the UI is totally changed now, it makes sense that that individual part of it doesn't work. The rest of it might. But yeah, /Zygor show, like /Zygor space show should, I think that's the command. Show. Yep, it is. It's just me. Oh my god, can I please just have my one last quest item? I beg of you. Please. I would like to get another 60, like this 60 and then another one today, if at all possible. There we go. In.
I would be glad to assist you.
I serve the queen. I serve the queen.
Like the new alien you buy? Mine's obviously still LBY. That's fine. I'll look later. boba tea today. That tastes like Thai milk tea. Thai milk tea with tapioca pearls. Delicious. Super sweet. Toast. And those icons for stuff you have to live. Ah, nice. Okay. Yeah, that's useful. That's super useful. At some point prior to launch, I need to go through all my tunes bags and clear out. Like all of them, all 50 tunes. Clear out their bags, clear out their banks. Just everything. It's gonna be a nightmare. It's like a whole 3 streams. Login screen is. It's a new login screen as of today. It is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, no, neither. I've got so many crafting reagents on like my main crafter tunes that I'm kind of like, part of me is like, just get rid of it. You can buy it back when you need it. But then I'm like, what if it's really hard to find one? And what if I have to go farm it and it takes forever? Yeah, it's not fun. But yeah, that's it. At least conduits you can just kind of stand at the thing and turn them all in. Like, you know, you could technically just use them. Staple the memories to the head of the room cover. Renown mounts. Yeah, I tend to delete them as I get them, those ones, but like, yeah, I've got a few, I think. I'm gonna wait to do that until my add-ons work. Because like auto sell stuff is gonna be useful. As soon as my priest is 60, I'm by myself. Padilla, fantastic. Amazing. Yeah, none of my ults are getting in. They have what they have. They'll survive. They have what they have. Oh, excuse me. Say I use the level cheese. I don't know what that means. It's just level all the ults. You don't think? Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look, I was cleaning out my bags once a week or so, but that was mostly just for my 60s. Yeah, it's gonna be painful. That's fine. It's fine. Figure it out. I would love a reagent bank that's shared across your it's account wide. That would just be so nice. Or even like a guild reagent bank that is available to people of a certain guild rank. Like you know, you can set your permissions for it, that kind of thing. That would be really nice. Just make ulting a little easier. But yeah. my bank is mostly empty now, so I probably could just stick all of those reagents in the bank, and then as I need them, pull them out on the tunes, rather than having to fucking shuffle them between this tune and that tune. It'd make my life a lot easier, that's for sure. I think I might do that, actually. So, I know I can't craft directly from it, but at least I can just go pull it out without having to go through all the screens.
Need some help?
Ben. Next one.
Welcome to the wheel.
So close to 60. Thank you, Sync. Look, I'm getting there. 30 to go. 30 to go.
I serve the queen.
A clutch of gormlings have begun evolving
Ah!
into matriarchs. Bring them
29 to
our
go.
wranglers while there's still time.
Holy cow, it's another one, guys. 60! 21. Send that out. Update that title. And then the Hearth and GTFO. Ah, good morning. Hello, hello. 21st 60. Yes, that's 3 today. I think it was 3 today so far. Off we hop. On to the next one. Which will be Horde. I'm not sure I'm gonna get another one done tonight, but I'm gonna give it a red hot go. can't wait for ATT to be updated. Okay. Yeah, this one has like a full 2 levels to go. She's only 7% of the way into 58. So, look, this is gonna be pushing it to get her to 60, but we can certainly try. My Torrid Rogue, amazing rage, amazing. Enjoy it. Congrats, I think, yeah. Yeah. It's my second last Ardenwild tune.
What do you see?
This should be interesting.
Threads of Fate. Let's go. Grab ourselves a new hearth location.
See anything of use? Take care.
chill Wednesday afternoon. I'm enjoying this. I hope you all are too.
Stay. Listen.
Sounded honestly brilliant. Oh, that's awesome that you're so excited. That's wonderful news. It's good. I like that they're breaking it up into stages.
Greetings. Restful dreams.
Greetings, friend.
Welcome to the wheel.
Not much, but just enough to notice. Just enough to notice. Oh. Oh boy, I cannot wait. Like, launch is just gonna be amazing. I'm taking time off work, off the day job, and I'm just gonna go hard, and it's gonna be utterly beautiful. Hardcore leveling.
Foes of the forest.
Not super speedy, like reading all the quests, but like going for it.
Tell me of your world.
And then just a couple weeks of grinding out reps, you know, clearing the map of dailies and world quests and stuff, and just do it. Oh, I'm going and knocking out achievements, you know, visiting vendors and eating all the food that they sell for achievement crap, and,
What is your
and just
quarrel?
catching all the new battle pets, and oh, it's gonna be amazing. Dragon riding. All the dragon riding. Pull up all the things, pick a zone, and go for it. It's gonna be great. Honestly, like that first month of an expansion is just pure, unadulterated chaos. Prowess, depending on who you ask. But there's just this madness about it that I love. Like, you have a singular goal, get to max, and then once you get there, there are just so many things to do. It is impossible to figure out. Like, once Jas gets home from work, we'll be diving into dungeons and stuff together, for sure. Getting that gear and stuff. It just having some gear makes everything else easier. But like, oh man, not knowing where to start is such a beautiful thing. Wanting to do everything and just being pulled in a million different directions, but wanting to do all of it, not being put off by any of it, is just, it's like one of my favorite things about WoW is expansion launches. That chaotic month right at the start. I know we only get them every couple years, but like, I love it so much. I'm obviously planning on leveling Fia first, so she'll get to 70. And then I'll probably, like, if next step would be the Master. Usually it is, like, my next step is usually the Master. Just finish off all those quests and side quests. Although Lawmaster for Shadowlands was new and scary, there was a lot more to it than just quests, which I'm not sure I was okay with. Like, I love having achievements for the treasures and stuff, but that's not Lawmaster. Lawmaster is questing. So I didn't understand why those were in the Lawmaster meta, but then yeah, going and getting all those treasures and pulling up handy notes and finding all those little things and opening the boxes and following the checklist of achievement listing. Hey CL, doing well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. Mara, Dragger, and Rage, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Done. On to the next one. Oh, did I just pull something? Nope, I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, it just... I cannot wait. It's just going to be so, so good. So, so good. And I hope that you're all excited to join me as well. Hanging out in the background. You're at work, listening in, playing as well, and burning through the content as quickly as you can, and so you're listening in so you can hear me read all the quests and put together pieces of the story without having to do it yourself. So I hope that it's certainly a big time for content creators in WoW. Everyone's views kind of drop because so many people come back to the game. And so we have the same batch of viewers spread even thinner. But that's okay, obviously. People are 100% right to watch the content. Let's hope that I'll have some company at least. Oh, it'll be mad. It's so much fun. Might have to stick up some Twitch polls on like, what do we do next? What do we do next? Yeah, that's because I'm speaking more quietly, depending on how your volume is. Happen. I think it's something to do with the noise, like the audio and stuff, because I live right next to a road. like a proper heavy road. Not like a quiet residential street, but like a main road. So I have to have that audio gating there so that it doesn't just constantly sound like the low rumble of cars. Which does, but then that means that, you know, while I'm having a conversation, if I'm talking about things that are not necessarily hype and yell and if I get a little quieter, sometimes I drop out a little bit. But unfortunately, kind of unavoidable with my current living situation.
Where do we strike?
But it is what it is. We can only do what we can do. Oh, it's funny because I've got the WoW sound turned down on OBS. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that, unfortunately. The game sound is definitely turned down compared to my mic volume. the feeling I'm not going to get another 60 tonight. I'll be awful close. I just remembered I was supposed to do, what's it stuff today? I was supposed to get Hallow's End stuff done. I was so keen to get cracking with the leveling that I forgot to do the collectibles. Although, might be interesting trying to get people for that. We'll give it a crack on Friday. Just transfer. Of course. The button for add-on guys option to add additional action bars. Yay! Amazing. Yeah, it always had the option to add a couple extra ones, but they were not very customizable. So they've certainly upgraded in that regard. I think there's a fair few people uninstalling a fair few add-ons today. That's for sure. I can't wait to get around to doing my UI. Like, it will be a while until I get the time to do it. But I am very keen to see if I can offload the UI. Nice, because LVY is just so big. It's large. Comparatively. Obviously there are other add-ons that are large also, but... Wait to mess around with my UI after work, yas. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. So many new options. First time I turned off LUI and don't feel like I'm missing anything except the bank part. Ah, is the bank still shit? Is there an option to merge the bank bags? Because I know there's an option to merge your bags for your UI, but is there not an option for bank bags? Let's see, the bank bag merge might be in a different spot. Ugh, yeah, it doesn't make sense that it would be. I would have thought if you're merging your bags that it would also merge your bank bags. Like, that makes sense to me, you know? It's interesting. No bank bag merge. That's weird. Why? Like, that doesn't... That's really odd. Although I suspect this is something that'll be coming soon as the bank UI is mostly okay. So, like, you think they're still gonna... Like, but... Would that be something they could just do a minor patch for, or would that have to be part of like a major, like a 10.1 or something? That's really odd. It feels really odd. Maybe it's not. So wait, you can do regular bags but not bank, correct? See, it might be a time thing. Interesting that they wouldn't do it with the rest of the UI though. It's really strange.
The hunt must go on.
more improvements coming. There's it. Ah, okay. Alright, I didn't realize that. My bad. That makes a lot more sense, yeah. Buff, debuff, rework, and nameplates. Ah, okay. It's just odd that they do it in pieces like that. Some things just must be coded like weird and require more work.
How can I help?
This one. I actually have to squish some stuff. Why? They must just be placed funny and I can't target them. Oh, actually, maybe I don't have a... Fine, be that way. Chill leveling. garden wilderness. It's just so beautiful. So peaceful. Casually interrupted by, like, murder noises. Sorry. To the next spot.
Ardenweald calls. I trust your hunt goes well.
Bluebird. I believe it's 9:15 already. Now, where is the time going? It's ridiculous. What's the laundry day for? Shit. Oh, I've got so much laundry to do. Because we, like, got to Singapore on the Thursday, which is laundry day. I didn't have a whole lot of time to do a whole lot of laundry while I was unwell after PAX, so it's all just like piled up. Oh lord. It'll be fine. Oh, I should do. This area is fairly XP dense. You just get it all at once at the end. Oh. Starting to get a little bit nervous. I know I've caught up, but I'm nervous about whether or not I'll actually make the goal. We're at 88.43. Excuse me. So we're 2 days ahead at the moment. Quite having a pet to helps a lot. This one is called Sharon. Well, technically Sharon, but it's Sharon. Let's be honest. Aw, hey, a berry. Hopefully you can get some rest. Regenerate those spoons. I'm certainly getting there myself, I think. Almost at 90% complete. That's exciting. Slowly but surely.
We will hunt the hunter.
I'll give you the XPs.
Under control. Perhaps some of my magic can help you do it.
Hello, Condiment. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Here we go, 59. 59. 88.67. Not quite another day of progress. Still 2 days ahead. Hey. Bit of a pity I won't get another 60 today, but look, we can definitely get closer. And then knock it out of the park. Friday. So there is a slight change of plans. We were going to do a Freaky Friday on Friday, but we're going to move that to Monday instead because it's actually Halloween on Monday. And I'm partaking in Spooky Week. It's very exciting. Very exciting. So, I'm gonna shuffle that around a little bit. So I am actually going to be doing WoW on Friday. And I think we will start with Hallow's End. Get that last hat that I need. Clear that out. No more collectibles from Hallow's End. And then jump back on the leveling train. So how are you? I'm exhausted. Exhausted. October has been ridiculous. Like there is no other word. It has been ridiculous. And it's not over yet. It's still not over. I've got more stuff that I need to get done this week, but that's fine. We're just, we're doing what we can, taking it as it comes. And it will be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, other than that, doing well. Just busy. Glad to hear that you're well. Very glad to hear that. Oh. One day at a time. That's it, hey. That's it. One day at a time. October's been a pretty rough month. Ready for it to end. Yeah, it's, my October kind of started in September. I spent a night in Sydney for the Wrath of the Lich King Classic launch with Blizzard. And then a week after I got back, I headed down to Melbourne for PAX. I spent 8 days in Melbourne, and then I got home, and a week after I got home from PAX, I went to Singapore, and then the plane landed back in Brisbane Monday morning. But for that week between PAX and Singapore, I was very sick. Very, very sick. Not COVID, thankfully, but a chest infection, and I have an autoimmune condition, so I was honestly kind of scared. I was honestly quite scared. But got there, we got through it. But yeah, so I kind of feel like I've only spent a week out of last month at home. So I'm just really drained, really tired, but not bad, if that makes sense. Like, I'm exhausted but fulfilled. But yeah, it's, I think November will be a little bit more chill. A little, not totally chill, obviously, because we've got, like, towards the end of November, we've got Dragonflight launch, which means there's going to be a few things that ramp up during the month, but, overall, I'm ready for November to just sort of calm down. Oh, well, look, hope you're keeping in contact, and I mean, especially with the technology we have now, with all the video calls and all that kind of stuff that we can do. Hopefully it helps take the edge off somewhat. Looking forward to this level challenge being Dunzo. Quite nice. Ah. Well, it must have been pretty important for her to go if you made the joint decision for her to actually do it. I can't imagine if it was just some little flippant thing that should just go for the hell of it sort of thing. Often those kind of things, they're rough, but they're worth it. Video messages and stuff for each other is also a thing. Might not be able to talk live, but putting a little letter and sending it through and having it there when the other person wakes up and trading back and forth. Modern love story. Super cute. Huge step. Absolutely it is. Yeah, 2 months in exchange for the rest of your lives is, it's pretty big. Pretty big. That doesn't sound like it's working. Excuse me. It's very rude. Ah. Yep, okay, so there's an update. Oh, God. It's interesting, usually they don't update at this time of day. Oh dear. Yeah, I just checked the Discord and there's a required update. It's just that usually they don't drop updates while I'm live. Like that's a really odd time for them particularly to. That's okay. Like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. So I'm just restarting Stream Raiders now. Hopefully once it boots up the battle will work. Now 21. If you refresh the title, it should show you, which is nice. Okay, it's still booting. Hey. This one's at 59 now. 59 and nothing, but 59 regardless. There it is. Okay, so let's... why no work? There we go. Let's try this. No. Okay. Alright, that's not gonna work. Okay. Just have to give it a crack later. There's a required update. But the update hasn't pushed through, so I can't actually update yet. Someone who doesn't use the map can move. Oh dear. I'm glad you like him, Zink. I'm glad you like him. UI before now.
How may I aid you?
I used it a fair bit actually, especially when I was doing stuff like Loves in the Air and changing, like switching through alts rapid fire, trying to reduce load screen times. I just disabled almost everything, including stuff like LUI, and just ran off the default UI for those dungeons, and it worked. It worked really well. My load screens were nothing. How far ahead are you now? Only 2 days. Only 2 days, which feels like it's behind. You know, being only 2 days ahead feels like it's behind. But that's alright. That's alright, we'll keep doing the best we can. Let's see how we go. The default, yeah, no, I haven't used the default UI. Like, I mean, I used it for the dungeons, but outside of that, I haven't used it for years. Years and years and years and years and years. You can save the UI loadout on every character. Characters that don't get lost. I mean, I don't know why that wasn't part of the default. Or, like, I mean, add-ons have profiles. So, like, you could set up your UI with a profile and then copy-paste that onto all your tunes. So, like, I don't understand why that wasn't part of the default UI anyway. Wait, they're brilliant. Yeah, fair. Did I change spec? Yeah, it syncs your action button. Didn't it already do that? Like, when I was using default UI and I'd queue up for DPS and healer and tank, and it got me in as a healer queue and I'd switch specs to healer, default UI would change my bars to what I'd set up as a healer. Like, that's been a thing for donkeys, hasn't it? Or are you talking about something different? Non-priest spells. Oh, right, okay. So you're talking about parts of it not changing. Right, okay. No worries, Sync. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I just take a screen snap and set them up, because once it's set up once, you never have to touch them again. Really find that too difficult. Yeah, yeah, like I said, just took a screen snip and put everything where it was. Of course. I'm looking forward to having a play around with UI. There are a few things that I know I'll miss though, so I don't know, maybe I can find some itty bitty add-ons to do just that rather than having the entirety of LUI. And fantastic, really. Wonderful news. And hey, if something feels a little out of place later, you can always just tweak it. Nice and easy. There we go. Update button. Oop. Yep. Do the thing. Sorry, that was me. That was Stream Raiders wanting to update.
A song to lift your spirits.
Ah, you're too kind, Jack. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'll, when I get some time, I'll sit down with it and have a bit of a fiddle. I'm sure it'll just be little silly things like displaying all of my character gold and stuff like that. But, we'll see.
I serve the queen.
A clutch of gormlings has begun evolving into matriarchs. Bring them to our wranglers while there's still time.
Bank out on auto vendor, just curse and see. Yeah, I use Zygor for my auto vendor. It auto vendors grays, and then when you have like a bag full of pop, like blues and purples and stuff from dungeons or running raids, like for transmog and stuff, it'll come up with a list of all of them, and you can vendor, but that's broken at the moment. So yeah, I use Zygor for that. I'm quite happy with that. Like if I actually... Vendors the greys, standard, and then it shows you a whole bunch of BOPs in your bags. Only ever BOP stuff that it doesn't believe it's an upgrade, and then you just hit accept, but of course it's broken at the moment. And then it just sells. It can't sell all of it sometimes, especially if the list is really long. It sells like 10 or 15 of them and then stops, and so you have to just close the vendor, reopen, and hit accept again, and it does the next batch. But it's, yeah, super, super useful. Or write it. Look.
The wheel sings the earth.
Do you know if Zygor has a mode to store gear for other specs? I have no idea. I don't tend to use Zygor as a gear management tool. I know that you can make, like, equipment sets. So you can just kind of do it in there. I know that if you have gear in your bags and you switch spec, like if I'm carrying weapons for tank, and I'm in DPS, when I switch to tank, the gear manager comes up and says, "This is an upgrade, do you want to equip it?" And I click yes. Or no, depending. So I guess that's sort of similar. And you can set the different specs weights differently. Like, in here, you can, so this is Demonology Warlock, and then you can change your spec and you can set the weights differently so that and that changes how it determines what's an upgrade or not. So if you have another set in your bags that would be considered an upgrade according to those weights for a different spec, then it will suggest each piece to you individually to equip. But not as like a whole. Hello, Daz. It's great to be back. Welcome back to yourself as well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right. So when you... That's what these are for. That's what these are for. If you click that, it will permanently remove that from ever being optioned as a... like, it will never be in that list again. Unless you go in and manually clear that list. Yeah, all the buttons are there for a reason. None of them are just for decoration. All of them are functional. Attention to list. Yeah. Yep. especially if it's a new toon you haven't played much. Just, you can mouse over each item individually and check if you actually want to sell it. Yeah. If you just do that for a bit, you get there. Curate your, what's it? Yeah, I only, like, when I'm going to go and do, like, raid farms, I tend to, like, clear out my bags completely, minimize what I'm actually carrying with me, and often that will involve opening up a vendor, and then when I see stuff there, I can get rid of it off that list permanently. And so I know that my bags have nothing in them that can be vended, and then I go do the raid. So that I know anything on that list is going to be vendorable. Especially if it's BOP. Because if it's BOP, it's already been added as a transmog item, and I can just safely get rid of it. Super helpful. Hello, Soli. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome on in. Oh, I'm like halfway through 59. Jesus Christ. 49.64%. Maybe I can make it to 6. That's a tempting thought. Half a level's not going to take me 15 minutes though, surely. I'll get close, but I won't quite make it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
You have my thanks.
Ah, amazing! Oz Indy, not sure if you're there, but thank you so much for using my humble link. Enjoy your bundle. Very much appreciated. Make 10 new alts since we make 60 characters now. Already have. Well, technically 8. Because I've got the 2 spaces for my evokers. But yeah, they're there. I've made the 8. 66 add-on. Oh, holy cow, Jack. Well done. That's awesome. That's awesome. 25. I've got 21 60s at the moment. And then I've got 29 toons that are between 58. Well, they're all 58 to 59. So they're all, like, the 29 of them are damn close to 60. I've got 2 at 51. 3 at 10. No, wait, hang on. I don't have 29. I've got 27 from 58 to 58 and 59. Then I've got 2 at 51, 3 at 10, and 5 at level 1. And then the 2 spaces for the evokers. My goal, like my official goal is still 50 60s, not 60 60s. Just because I don't think I'll actually have the time to level up the extra 10 toons. But once I get my 50 60s, I might as well see how many extras I can get there too. But it's not going to be a part of the overarching goal, if that makes sense. Yeah. Um, 28 add-ons, not including those 3. Holy cow. Does it still have click enabled? Oh no! Is the XP nerfed from 50 to 60? No, it's gone up. Well, level 50, like 59 to 60 has gone up by about 1,000. There are adjustments that have been made, but they're not all down. What Jack was talking about earlier in stream was that we think this is like a first slight adjustment, and then once we hit November 15th, which is when the evokers become available and stuff, that's when we're going to see the actual bigger changes to the XP and stuff. But who knows? We're not sure. Dragonflight comes. Well, there's still a stage 2 to the pre-patch, so we don't know. they haven't given us, I don't think they've given us that information. So at the moment, it's all just guessing. It's new right now for retail. Talents, UI changes, other stuff. There's a whole blog post with like the headlining acts. It's probably the best place to go because my memory's shit. So I know I'll forget stuff. Oh no. Oh no. It's a bit awkward. Into classic a little too much. It's been months since I've played retail. I don't think that would be too much per se. You gotta play what you enjoy, right? If you're enjoying classic more, then why not play it more? Choices are valid, Krabby. Choices are valid.
What shall I craft next? Farewell.
Still missing missing the leaves. I'm missing the leaves. Yep, that's why I said new talents, new UI. Plus other stuff that I don't remember. Additional ones you haven't engaged yet. Yeah, there was a time where Ignite spread randomly and it could spread through floors and walls. So like you'd be on, especially on boats, it was the worst. Like when you were on like ships and you'd be here and there's like a level above you and a level below you and your Ignite would spread and then these mobs would like run and then come and attack you and they'd always get to you just as the thing you were killing was dying and you were on like 7 health. Yeah. It's perfection. Horrendous perfection. I hated it. And then they fixed it and made it spread manually again. I mean, it was nice to have it spread automatically in certain circumstances, but like, guys. Guys. Games like me, you can, but it depends on how much time you have available. A lot of people, like, especially Classic is quite the time sink. I mean, retail can absolutely be a time sink as well, but I feel like Classic is definitely more of a time sink if you're wanting to get to certain levels. So you can't always do that. Target switching thing live yet? It is, but it's opt-in. You gotta turn it on. All those new, like, interactivity changes are opt-in. The Wrath, absolutely. Well done, Black. Congratulations. Well done. I know that you should be taking for DPS anyway. There you go. Yeah, I think it was the default build was what Mara was talking about, like the one that you log in and it's there already. That's useful.
You nourish me with you.
Ah, so close. Do you hate the new change like me as well? No? Depends on what change you're talking about, WD. There's been a lot of changes overnight. But if I disliked them enough, I wouldn't be playing. I tend to not play games I don't enjoy. Spells that are... I mean, they've implemented new talent trees. Are you talking about the fact that there are spells that have been removed? I mean, that happens even when they don't change talent trees and stuff, though. It's kind of two separate things. I still remember my first glitchy patch thing. Should have pressed shadowy approach when it was meant to. I think I vaguely remember that. Was that when there was like the ghosty thing that heads toward it was just like pew, 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 pew? I think I vaguely remember that. Yeah, but I mean, like, people with autism aren't the only ones who struggle with change. I don't have autism, and I really struggle with a lot of changes. When I have things like this that change drastically, because it's something that's available to me months and months beforehand to check out and kind of learn and figure out, I can deal with it a little easier. But I'm not good with change. But I'm not autistic. It's, yeah, that's not a unique trait, unfortunately. Oh, holy shit! What? How? Okay. I'll take it. That's a 60. Alright. That was a juicy bunch of quests, apparently. Hell yeah! 22 60s. Fuck yes. Alright, let's, What? Wait, no, oh, I missed one. It is 22. 22 60s. Jesus. 22 60s. Oh, craft. Done. Tweet spam. Okay, go. 88.94. We're 3 days ahead. 88.94% is 3 days ahead. Beautiful. I've got one more to put through Ardenweald. We're not gonna do that though. We're gonna do this. Because now it's actually working, I believe. I just did the update, so we'll see how we go. Hopefully this will work. Thank you. Surprise 60! I know, I was not expecting to hit it that quickly. There we go. That's awesome. Da-dum. Don't think I'll get a 60 this stream. Ding, wait, what? I know, right? I know, right? Congratulations to Mara, Erica, and Buhoy. Congratulations to you all on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. How's the socials channel looking in Discord? Spam, 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 spam. Good. Wait. What? Is that not actually adding my text? God damn it, it's not. Why? Why is it not? Okay, that's bugged. I should... That's a problem. I need to stop doing that then. That's a problem. Okay. Add-on, but nope. Nope, that's WoW integration. That's default integration. It's under... Yep. That's part of, like, Blizzard. The tweet button again. They didn't break it. It still works. It just isn't sending the text with it. Which is slightly problematic when you're tweeting out the same thing repeatedly. Yep. I feel like a numpty. Good. It's alright. I'll tweet again and be like, so, those had text attached, but they didn't. It's right. It's patch day. Shit happens, y'all. Shit fucking happens. And that's fine. Right. I'm not even gonna bother putting up the schedule page because it's not accurate. It's not accurate. But what we are doing, I can tell you, Friday, I'm gonna remember that we're gonna start off with Hallows End. I have one last witch's hat. There are 3 witch's hats that you can get as a drop from a daily quest for Hallows End, and I need 1 more of them. It's not particularly soloable. Oh, excuse me. The quest is not particularly soloable. It is at certain gear levels, like Fear had no issue with it, but like my Demon Hunter here, like my level 60 Demon Hunter, even in tank spec, had a fair bit of difficulty with it. So I think it's a gear thing. So I would love some help with that if anyone else is looking to pick up those hats. You pick it up, the quest you pick up in Legion Dal, and then you go out to Val'sharah and do a daily out there. It's a not a world boss size thing. It should be doable with 2 people, but it's just, it hits pretty hard, and it has like an interrupt that needs to be interrupted, which I can do, but it was still, yeah. So hopefully we can have a few people around to help with that, and hopefully we get our collectibles and cross them off the list and be done with Hallows End. That would be lovely. And then once that's done, get back to leveling. 1 more run through Ardenweald, and then we hit Revendreth. And it'll be 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. It'll be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Hope you'll join me for that. Saturday, thanks to Felix Mobile, I will be streaming Diablo Immortal on my phone. I've never played it before. This is going to be bonkers. It'll be great fun. I hope you'll join me for that too. Sunday, more leveling. And then Monday, on Halloween, we'll be playing a game called Simulacra. The premise is that you have found a phone. You found a lost phone on the street. And you decide, being the lovely person you are, to try to return it to its owner. So you open the phone and you start trying to find information on who the owner is so you can return the phone to them. But then things start to go a little bit weird and spoopy and problematic. And it turns into a thriller game. Not really a horror, more like a psychological horror. Not blood and gore and screams, but like mess with your brain and a couple of little baby jump scares here and there. So hopefully you'll join me for that as well. We'll be starting a bit early that day because I have a front page slot. And they've done it in daylight time, not Brisbane time. So we'll be starting a bit early for that one. Yeah. 3 hats, the 4th one dropped from somewhere else. No, there's 3 sisters, 3 hats. How's November looking? Any hints or sneak peeks? Leveling. Leveling. I have no plans really for November just yet, except for launch and leveling. So there's your sneaky peeky. Yeah, reigning 60s. Yes, everyone gets, well, Fear gets all the 60s, but everyone gets levels and gets to, anyway, it's fine. First, second, third. August are the options I could see that should be available. Nope. That's not what I had, Mara. I had the something hag's belongings, and there was 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That was it. Nothing else. And I've had the 1st and 3rd drop already, and I just haven't had the 2nd yet. So I'm not sure where you're seeing youngest from. But the 1st, 2nd, 3rd were cosmetic, so I don't see why youngest should be unavailable to me. What are the full names of the items? Wowhead says there's a youngest and it can drop in a big bag. Okay, Wowhead might be bullshitting you then. I was going by ATT, not by Wowhead, because Wowhead information can be off because it's just data mined. Heart of the younger sister. Huh. It's got a check mark next to it, so maybe I've already got that. The other 3 don't have check marks, but I have absolutely gotten the first and the second. Yeah, maybe I already had that, so I didn't realize it was a thing. Cool. Yeah. Oh well, I have 1 left to go. Regardless. Does not change that information. Right. What are we gonna do? Find somebody to love. Hope that ATT updates very soon. Madly refreshing. Okay. Alrighty. Let's drop a raid. I'm gonna go say hello to Alenia. Grab your copy paste if you don't have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you're not a subscriber or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, both of which are totally okay. You can still copy and paste the whole message. Delete Fiamma Hype, where it says Fiamma Hype, and replace it with your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote, and then drop it into Len's chat. When we get there, Alenia is a lovely, wonderful human. And I highly recommend dropping her a follow and hanging out just for a little while if you've got the time. If you don't, that's okay. At least say hi before you jet. That would be really lovely to flood her chat with love. I will see you Friday for Hallows End and leveling shenanigans as per usual. And yeah, follow me on socials. Help me get full time. I think that's about it. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. I'll see you on Friday. All love. Mwah. Bye, guys.